Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak, asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we asked what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah helai demi helai demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, Arsik Lapok dan Migoma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak? Asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi, gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah, bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000 layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah, helai demi helai, demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, asik lapor dan mie goma, kain pulos juga korga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau Bali, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak? Asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi, gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gear tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu, unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft, For every question we asked what good it might bring, at the same time, they worked tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah, helai demi helai, demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Recording in progress.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Dhamma Budaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. A very good morning ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. I'd like to welcome everyone to IP Talks and Creative Sharing Session for the 3rd edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. Can I have a round of applause? Thank you. It's an honor and privilege for me, Adriana Mira, as MC for this lovely morning. First of all, I'd like to extend a warm welcome and gratitude to Director of Creative Industry Intellectual Property Development, Bapak Robinson Sinaga. Selamat pagi, Pak. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome and gratitude to Honorable Speaker, creative actors, and to all offline and online attendants. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let us pray to Almighty God to show our gratitude. and the praying we'll do individually. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's step up to the next agenda, IP Talks panel session with the theme, Empowering Women. And as we realize, women are already making a difference in the creative industry. Their creativity can support to improve their livelihoods, and IP also is important to ensure that women's voices are heard. Utilization of IP rights is a transformative step for women entrepreneurs who want to build their ideas into a global brand. Therefore, we present IP Talks, IP and Creative Economy, Empowering Inspiring Women. One small step for a woman entrepreneurs, one giant leap for Indonesian women. I'd like to invite our moderator today, Bapak Dias Satria.
Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi and salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Welcome to the World Conference on the Creative Economy. I'm Dias Satria. I'm a Deputy of Foreign Partnership in Indonesia Creative City Network. Today we have three distinguished speakers. I think I will invite our distinguished speakers. Okay, the first I would like to invite Nadira Australia. Please give an applause. And the second, Dina Deliana. Please come. And the last but not least, Bahtiar Hafiz. Please come to the stage. Okay, it's really interesting today because we have a very interesting topic about the intellectual properties and creative economy, empowering, inspiring women. Talking about the intellectual properties, I think it's a very sexy issue today. The intellectual property itself is a category of the property. It is an intangible creation of the human intellect. For example, like a copyright, patent, trademark, and the trade secret. And I think we are all today, nowadays, enjoying the intellectual properties, like a medical cure, vaccine, digital technology, etc. And also because the intellectual property itself, it can let the innovation grow because of the economic incentive. Today we will discuss and get the lesson learned from our speakers about the link between the intellectual properties and the creative economy, and more importantly, how give the impact to the economic, to the woman empowerment. We understand from the Central Bureau of the Statistics 2021, most of the small and medium enterprise are women, around 64.5%. That's why the woman empowerment is one of the important things to support, because it can also strengthen their social and economic contributions. And of course, we understand that the digital economy is growing so fast today, and also it can creating more spread out benefit when we investing more on the woman empowerment. Today, we will talk four things in our discussion today. The first, the speakers will talk about the current conditions, especially the access of women and their potential in the creative economy. The second, they will also talk about how to promote the woman empowerment, especially how it gives an impact to the creative economy and more impact to the inclusive development. The third, they will also talk about how the use of IP and how it beneficial to the woman creativity and innovation. And the last is about the impact of the digital. Okay, we have three speakers. I would like to invite Nadira first, I think. Okay, Nadira is the CEO of the Woman Works, the acting. Okay, you have 15 to 20 minutes to present. Please, Nadira.
Alright, first of all, thank you. Terima kasih banyak untuk semua yang sudah hadir. Thank you very much for being here with me today. My name is Nadira Audralia, and I am the current acting CEO or Chief of Staff of Womenworks. So as you can see here, today we'll be talking about IP and creative economy, or empowering, inspiring women. If you would allow me to actually stand up, because I do feel a bit more comfortable doing it that way. Okay, so quick introduction of who we are and what we're doing. Let me take a hold of this. Okay, who we are and what we're doing and the reason that I'm here today. So as you've heard from Mas Diaz, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm currently working with Womenworks. And here we advance gender equality contribution in the workforce through through our recruiting platform and also employer branding opportunities and mentoring sessions. Though there is one thing that I would actually want to really underline is that we are a woman-first platform. And what does woman first mean? That will be something that we will be discussing in the presentation after this. So here, this is my team in Womenworks. So I actually have two other co-founders here, which are Windy Natriafi and Francisca Pewe, both already very active in not only the startup scene, but actually in active being women entrepreneurs. So we have Windy Natriafi, who's actually also in Awantunay, and also Francisca Pewe, who is currently on her scholarship with LPDP at Stanford. So let's start off with the same understanding of the creative industry in Indonesia. As you can see here, the creative industry in Indonesia is actually something that is very large. Here, creative industry is not, people would assume it's artists, painters, people that are very specifically disebut seniman in Indonesian. But actually, the creative industry itself is a place where skills, creativity, and talents all contribute towards creating a better quality of life and also to create opportunities for employment. And here, the problem actually begins. So let's talk numbers. Taking from BPS 2021, there are currently over 65 million SMEs in Indonesia, or you can actually assume there's one SME for every 5 Indonesians. 5 Indonesians. So that's actually a very large number, right? 64.5 SMEs, or actually 39 million SMEs, are owned by women. So you would assume quality of life is better for women, right? But actually, so we're still talking numbers here. 13.8 million of the whole women population in Indonesia are living below the national poverty line. But 13.5 of males are living below the national poverty line. As you can see, even with the enormous amount of women already active in SMEs, the poverty line is still below for women. So this is the question, right? SMEs are one of the fastest growing sectors in the country and shows high potential. And a quick disclaimer here, this doesn't mean that the creative industry is only limited toward SMEs, right? But we want to only cover this during this session, as 15 minutes is not enough to cover everything. Okay, so Indonesia has significant unmet demand for credit, capacity for further growth, and also women entrepreneurs basically handling their own SMEs. And why? So core challenges women actually face in their journey, and this is based on the 2018 IRA report. So there's a lot of things or pointers that are actually contributed by the patriarchy culture. And the reason why we state it as a culture is because it's passed down from generation to generation. Hence why with Womenworks specifically, we focus on being women first. Because we understand we want to support women, but we can't do that without the support of the male counterparts in the industry. We know that they're actually, the decision makers. They're the people already up there. They're the people that we want to have on our side. If they're actively understanding the support that they can contribute for us, they're actively advocating, it's not only them that they're impacting, but they are role modeling and showing for their other male counterparts in the industry. They're showing other maybe governmental issues. They're showing other counterparts in the productive industry, counterparts in the professional industry. So we always want to be women first, but supported by our male counterparts. So here, as you can see, time commitment, collateral decision-making processes, and also expansion. These are three very important things towards the support and the growth of SMEs. And time commitment, as you know, many women out here, they're still asked to really contribute in a dual role. Not only women at home, but also women at work. And when you assume that these roles are something that someone can handle well, you know, actually giving the support is not just saying, hey, in Indonesian, right? Ayo semangat, kamu pasti bisa. No, that's not just that, but it's actually creating opportunities and means. So let's say you're working. You want to go towards financial independence. And out of that, what you can get is actually, oh, maybe I can hire someone to help me. Then by that, you're creating an expansion. You're creating opportunity for other people to work. And out of that, not only are they building their business, but they're also building other opportunities for other women to actually support them. So collateral decision-making process, majority or 65% of loans in Indonesia are actually based on, you know, lateral assets, which are under, we don't really have a prenup, right? Like a prenup, it's taboo. It's a discussion that we don't have a lot in Indonesia. So a lot of our assets when we get married are under one head. We go all under the husband. And that's something that sometimes is a challenge because not all husbands will actually support. Aku mau dong, if we're speaking in Indonesia, right? Aku mau dong pinjam sesuatu. I want to borrow this because of this. If the husband sees it as unfit, then it's not gonna happen, right? And after that, of course, expansion, which brings us to the next part. A lot of these women don't know what they don't know. So it's not just a matter of not understanding the business realm, but it's actually not understanding the support that governmental issues have already been giving, financial support that have been set aside for them, or even the communities and focuses that can help them push themselves even forward. So the keyword is accessibility. And what comes to mind when we talk about accessibility? It's a whole holistic bubble. It's not just, you know, mentorship, infrastructure, governmental support, but it's all of this. And basically, accessibility is the ability to access. You can reach it, you can touch it, you can see it, you know about it. Moving out of accessibility, one of the biggest challenges at this moment is actually developing this growth mindset. So here's the thing, right? We're creating all of this digitization. We're getting women able to actually access digitally. We're getting women able to be able to understand, oh, if I can't go on the internet, you know, this is my alternative. I can go, let's say, kakanwil. I can actually go to them, I can ask to them, I can know more about it. But the thing is, they stop there. And the reason why is because growth mindsets are privileges. Sometimes when we talk about growth, we forget that building a sense of self is outside of survival mode. And that, for a majority of women, is still the mindset. Like, we work because we need to live. It's not even thinking about how can we scale this business. It's, okay, what am I eating tomorrow? What should I have on the table? What will I give to my child and my husband, right? So growth mindsets are privileges. And this is a word that we tend to skitter around about. Because we've seen amazing examples, right? Providing work for rural craftsmen. If I'm allowed to actually mention a few, right? We know for the private sector, we have we have Marta Tilaar, we have Dua Anyam, we have Sukacita. You know, we have all of these brands that are actually both very large and very small, but they have been supporting women. They start by providing them, oh, here are your jobs. You can do this work. But outside of that, they actually provide growth into the mindset of becoming an entrepreneur so that they can go out and reach out and provide. And government has actually provided that too. We have been having many programs out there that provide them boot camps. But the thing is, that's as much as they think. They get the knowledge, but they don't get the next step. Which is actually showcasing real-life role models. And the reason why I want to highlight this is because we tell people to follow their dreams, but you can only dream of what you can imagine. And the reason, right, why this is because if you were born in a rural area, you're underprivileged, the people that you see are the people around you. Para ibu-ibu. You see the mothers, you see the ladies, you see your children. Even if you see the internet, you see, oh, Nagita Slavina. Ya kan? You see Shahrini, and they're actually amazing businesswomen, right? But the thing is, it's not relevant. They see them as, oh, it's amazing. They have a lot of money, they're still working, I would love to do that. But then again, they never face the struggle that these women might be facing. So what you want to really do is actually showcase people that have been in their shoes, specifically. When we're talking about an example, it's like if you have a scholarship program, you have these quote-unquote success stories, right? And you usually showcase them a lot. And this is what we want to multiply. This is what we want to expose. We want to show women in the industry that are real-life implementers and also real-life women. Because again, when they see Shahrini, they're like, oh, glamorous, badai, yun again. But the thing is, that's all they see. And we want to show something they can relate to. So my question was, even if we look at this, who was your childhood role model? And who's your role model now? Very two different things. I would probably assume, you know, when you were a child, my role model was my mom. It was my dad. It was my grandfather. Or maybe the president, because, you know, you see the president on TV, ooh, very cool, many photos, right? But when you're talking nowadays, who are your role models? As you grow, as you mature, this role model and this understanding changes. And that's because you're exposed. My question now, are these women exposed to the right people? Right? So it's really hard to see who we can be if we cannot see them. That's back again, it's accessibility. Accessibility is not just hands-on learning, but actually accessibility to the right people. So research shows that the role models have three benefits. Role models represent and expand what is possible. Role models inspire women to be more ambitious, and they also demonstrate the mindset and behavior. So just a very quick overview. There was a research that was done, but this was in the US, right? So they had what they called draw a scientist research. What they did there was they had little children, you know, people that are unbiased, anak-anak kecil. These are kids that came up, they were asked to, hey, can you draw a scientist? What does a scientist look for you? And they all drew males. 70% of them drew male scientists. And the reason why is because they've never seen a woman scientist. It wasn't something that was showed to them. It wasn't something that was accessible for them. And even for kids, right, that's something that impacts that much, the motivation and the ability to grow. So here, we want to make sure that accessibility to these role models is something that we can work further on. Actually, collaborating with a lot of the existing programs, I know the government has quite a few programs. These programs can also collaborate with those in the private sector. These can actually collaborate and connect with those in the non-governmental sector. And we know that there have been many, many programs out there that can show you these success stories. So again, we want to make it as accessible for them. So mentorship and last but not least, group accountability. The reason why out of the three, this would be part of like motivation for women is because when we go alone, what we see is our bubble. But when we go together, when we have women, when we're in a program, oh, we're in a mentorship program, we are in a boot camp, we are in a hands-on implementation program, we actually see people motivated to grow themselves further. We see that we're not alone in the journey. We see that it's actually doable. Because sometimes when you're alone, you feel like, oh, this is it. I can't go any further. This is as much as I can do. Or sometimes, some people actually move back. We have had SMEs come to us and say, hey, we have an order for X thousand. This is more than I can handle. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know what to handle it. I don't know who to talk to. I think I'm just going to reject. When people, you know, in the business industry would say, oh, this is your opportunity to grow, right? And we direct them. We help them get connected to the right people in both public and private sectors. So it's discouraging when there's no visible role model, but they can also help cross-motivate. How does IP play a core role? So we're getting into it, right? The reason why I focused a lot on the mindset was when we're talking about sustainability, when we're talking about IP, you need to have the mindset that you want to grow first before you can even touch IP. Because when you don't know if you're going to scale, you don't know what else to do. You don't know what the next step is. You don't know how feasible it is for you to actually do things like this. So IP, and I think we have a few other experts here that will talk about it, is basically this. But all in all, IP is something that can actually help support not only your brand, not only your product, but it helps support you in the long term. It can be, oh, I make a brand. This brand then is actually, resold by other people, and you go through a whole process. There's a lot going through inventions, designs, names, everything. And the core thing that helps you is actually understanding how beneficial IP is. So IP has a total of 7 pillars, but for today, since we're focusing on SMEs, we would really want all industry players to know more about copyright, patent, brand, and industrial design. And the reason why these 4 are actually the core ones that I personally would like to focus on is because for our SMEs, we have many micro industries, right? We have many, many businesses that are very small, they're starting out there, but when you think about it, their business models are amazing. It might be, jual kerupuk, selling fish cakes. But the thing is, it's white labeled, it's nothing, and it's maybe a family recipe, right? And it tastes different than others. So that's something that you can actually put into your own brand. You can brand it, you can make it yourself, you can make it a whole multi-million industry, right? Like, aku jadi juragan, gitu kalau bahasa Indonesianya, right? But the thing is, a lot of these small industry players, they move back because one, they don't know how to implement. Way back then, we had consultants, or like we had to actually use consultants to process IP. Nowadays, you can actually do it individually. But the thing is literacy, right? Not everybody knows how to do it. Not everybody understands the steps. And that is what we would love to make sure people are actually able to go through. If we look here, supporting the literacy of IP and awareness across nationwide SMEs, especially grassroots women or the underprivileged, is not just moving them towards IP, but it's the awareness and accessibility to information. So if we're talking about, digitization, it's on the internet. Yes, we're in Jakarta, we're in Bali, it's on the internet. We're in other parts of the nation, it's not there. It takes us 5 minutes, 10 minutes to just load the web, right? So we do want to actually help them and share with them that, bisa lo ke Kanwil, you can actually go to governmental places and to the officers, and you can discuss with them. They will bring you through the way. And the thing is, not everyone knows that. So the question is, are we targeting the right people, or are we targeting the right people in the community? Because again, these are communities. These are bondong-bondong ibu-ibu, gitu ya, if you're talking about Indonesian. These are a group of ladies. These are a group of women all across the nation. They usually already have people that they go to ask questions. If we can actually tap into those people, there's a chance for actually increasing, just at the very least, increasing the understanding. Then understanding the benefits, of course, comes in with that. And then comes in the governmental support. We know that actually there is financial aid. Putting in IP, 500,000 UKM. It's what, for 10 years? 50,000. 50,000, what, a year? That's actually something that a lot of people don't know. People say, IP mahal, very expensive. I can't do it. And they say that because they don't know, right? And they don't know that actually there are programs that can provide it for free. So that's what we really want to communicate. And the way to communicate it, again, that is one of our biggest challenges. Karena nggak bisa kita ngobrol dengan ibu-ibu, using the English that I was doing right here, right? So it's going to be very hard to communicate with them. We need to talk to them where they are. We need to be with them. We need to understand them. And definitely that's a very large problem. That's a very large thing to do. But again, Indonesia is very wide. We have a lot of people. We have many ways to do that. And awareness of support. So again, just highlighting the last part, programs, financial aid, and pro bono consultants. Pro bono consultants, last but not least, to wrap it up, is one of the best ways for us to actually help. And the reason why, again, is the literacy. You assume people would know because they're given a guide. No. We go to the village, we see them and we're asking, hey, mana kartu bansosnya? They put it all in like one room with one person actually holding out. They have no idea how to use it. what do you think they know about IP, right? It's going to be harder. So having the pro bono consultants, people that actually understand and are able to provide this knowledge and help them through the process is something that can increase this much quicker than what we were initially trying to target. Because out of the mindset, out of the mentoring, out of the role model, it's just the comprehension. It's not even literacy. Because reading is one part, comprehending is another. And that is a very big, that's a very big challenge that we have in Indonesia. So all in all, empowering women, just to wrap it all up, right, consists of three things. So the first, again, is actually creating that accessibility. And the second is actually creating accessibility towards role models, or people that they can actually see as relevant. And the third is increasing the understanding, or holding accountability and cross-motivation. And why IP can help them is because everyone starts small. But when we're talking about how SMEs have been impacting the economy, how SMEs have been growing in the last 2-3 years, and the focus of what Indonesia themselves have already been implementing, have already been highlighting, it's more than a valid investment for us to actually help them understand and utilize IP for the greater of their good. My name is Nadira Aurelia, and that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Nadira. Please give an applause to Nadira. I think Nadira gave us a very bright inspiration about how the woman can give the impact to the creative economy and also the economic development. Right, and Nadira, based on your experience, what are the government policy needed to boost the woman empowerment and its impact to the creative economy? Maybe you have an experience about that.
Yes, so quick disclaimer, I'm not going to talk specifically on policies because that's going to be a whole nother discussion and we have experts for that. But from my end, as someone who's actually helping a lot of women in the industry, what would be helpful and what is existing? So I do have a friend who's actually, in Parecraft. She's been telling us all of these amazing programs that have been implemented, these amazing programs, and she right now is in NTT, right? She is in the West, and she's already focusing there. And the fact that they're starting small, right? They started with the same focus that I mentioned. They started with, let's give them opportunities to work, show them that they have their self-sense of worth. We don't talk further into like education, understanding. No, we give them that taste of work first. So at the very least, they know, I'm able to do this. This is something that I can do. The thing is, with Indonesia, our nation is very wide. It's very diverse. We can't really use a one-size-fits-all kind of answer, right? So the thing is, actually having that categorization and understanding, or at least if we're not directly going into the grassroots, we're not directly going into the underprivileged, but we're talking about the instances, we're talking about the PICs, we're talking about the representatives that are actually helping from both private and public, because I know that there's a lot going on even in the private sector, right? If we can actually get the same understanding, get the same implementation, get the same kind of focus first, that's the first step. Because even when I talk to a lot of friends, they were talking about, creative economy. They don't even realize that, SMEs are actually part of the creative economy. They just see, it's a business. Business aja. They don't know it's actually, people are trying to help them convert, they're helping them scale, they're helping them to grow. There's not a lot of this there, right? That's the first thing. So having people who are relevant towards them, getting sure to really invite the right people to talk to them and show them and share them, this is actually the first step. Because people like me, we can talk so far. Like we can talk when there may be 2-3 steps forward. They're already in a mindset where, I want to grow, I know this is what I can do, this is where I want to move. But when we're talking about the very basic guideline, the very basic mindset, your best bet is to get people who are from where they are, who are people who are relevant to them, people that can be your success stories, right? And the thing is, we don't have visibility on that. That's our problem now. if we can figure out a way to actually really own it, right? Karena selama ini, like after all this time, people have been saying, oh, this is a very good role model, this is a very good role model, this is a very good role model. And we know, but they don't know because they're confused, like, okay, this person is successful and then what, right? And for them, not seeing someone who's eye to eye, who's apple to apple, who's on par with them, it doesn't change the mindset, which is one of the biggest problems that we have at this moment. Because in terms of like the creativity, the diversity in the industries that they're actually creating these SMEs, it's amazing. They have everything from traditional creation up until, you know, homemade, let's say, homemade scarves, right? And then they have everything basically in this industry. And because we have such a diverse option to actually move them forward, and we know that people are actually looking towards them, we need to share with them how they can scale. Because they're gonna stay that small, they're gonna keep going that small because they feel that it's enough. For them, it's comfort. It's comfortable. And we don't have the reason, why should we scale? I have enough money for me to buy food. I have enough money for me to buy perintilan, small things, right? What else am I looking for? I'm living the good life. But what we want to see here is not them thinking for themselves, right? We're thinking on a larger scale about them impacting other women, about them showing other women that this is doable, that this is feasible, that this is visible. And we want them to be able to embrace that mindset. So rather than policies aside, the first step would actually having this visibility on how we do it, on how we create it. Many organizations out there, many private sectors that are willing to help. And definitely, I know many are also working with the government. So this is something that, you know, we would love to see more push towards because everything at this moment is not exactly centralized. So everyone's working on themselves, which is fine because it works so far. But if we want to move it on a larger scale, we do want to actually have people in the same realm, in the same sector, in the same focus, moving forward together rather than on themselves.
Right, thank you very much, Nadira. Okay, very cool explanations, and you also mentioned some of the name like Duanyam, Jafara, etc. So it's really inspiring how the woman giving the impact. Okay, next to the next speakers, Dina Deliana. Okay, Dina Deliana is a lecturer in SBM ITB and also the head of GCINC, the Global Center of Excellence and International Cooperation in the Creative Economy. She also has a lot of experience in the startup ecosystem. Okay, please, Dina, to present your presentations.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, so allow me to stand up to just explain presentation. Okay, I think thank you, Mbak Nadira. You just opened my mind, and I kindly like to change a bit about the model, yeah, that I will explain later, yeah. But actually, about if we talk about women empowerment, particularly in IP, and here, yeah, the committee asked me to talk about more about how digitalizations can actually help, yeah, women to create more IP product and etc. So that's what I'm going to explain a bit. So before we talk more about IP, many of not only women but actually creative players, why they are not into IP registration, etc. Because they don't know the benefit of the IP itself. Yeah. Because if I probably will more explain about data, yeah, based on research. Yeah. Some benefit of IPs, yeah. For example, like there's a positive relationship, yeah, if we actually utilize IP to business performance, help you to export the products, yeah, help you to actually being more competitive compared to the competitors, yeah. That's actually some benefits of IPs, and more of creative players, not only creative players, actually business players, they not actually seen, yeah, these opportunities to become their accelerators, yeah, to reach global market, wider market, and more increasing business performance. And if we talk more about women, yeah, which already explained by Mbak Nadira, yeah, most of the women entrepreneurs, yeah, we know that there are so many women entrepreneurs in Indonesia, but if talk about numbers, yeah, still lower compared to developed countries. And 60% of the women are actually there forced to do the business because of the necessity-based, and they are not they're not having like support from their family to actually doing the business. That's what happened in Indonesia. And if we talk about IP's problems, it's not only hanging around the women entrepreneurs, but also the creative players. I try to gather some information about what actually the problems in creative players in Indonesia regarding IPs. First, about limited information, of course, So it's not only about the literacy, but also how to inspire them. How to inspire them that the IPs will get more benefits to their business. About the next about complicated of the complication of the process. Although we already have like hak cipta and many things, but still people in some rural area they not find any easiness and although in some areas like in Bandung, for example, the place that I live some offices they offer like IP service, but this information haven't spread yet to the creative players. So more about informations and requirement and also the expensive fee of registering IP. This is according to the data and also the legal protections. How if my IP being violated? So it's not clear yet. So what's next if my IP being violated? Unless if you are like Baimong and you get help from the netizen So probably it's not becoming a real big problem if your IP being violated. And then the lack of law enforcement also and also the legal protection of IP in Indonesia applies territorially. So this is actually happens with one of the startups in my incubators that when they register the IP in Indonesia, it's not automatically registered also in the international countries in other countries. So they need to reapply it again in Malaysia, for example, Singapore, etc. So it took a lot of money actually, more than 50 million rupiah. And intellectual property is crime by offense. So if nobody actually tell you that you are violating the IP, so nothing happened. So that's why that more of the creative players they think that no need for them to actually register the IP and etc. So in the women entrepreneurs, when we talk about IP, like I mentioned before that the IP product actually quite broad from trademarks, patents, copyright, etc. But we mostly connect the IP with the innovative capabilities, because trademarks only just about the brand, but we are something which is more productive, more into like IP products. It requires some innovation capabilities, for the entrepreneurs of doing so, So based on the data, why they not into IP, why women entrepreneurs not into IP? Because they don't have any access, to supportive social groups needs to be to help them, to actually give some understanding about the IP benefits, give some encouragement to make some innovations regarding the products which can be registered as IPs. And about the skill and support in terms of business success, like mentioned by previous speakers, mentors, they need mentors, they need to be inspired, particularly for women, they need some role model to show them that it is actually possible to do the business at the same time you take care of the family, And also about low social capital for women creators particularly, So it is still scattered, So I try to find like in particular reports from some associations like AINAKI, like AGI, etc. They are rarely mentioned about women creators. So if you try to search women words in the reports, so any kind of creative reports from associations, they rarely mention about how many women creators, players in their reports, none of them. Just try to. So women has not been their focus on the development, particularly in the associations, which is becoming the more focus social capital ya for at least for the creators. So when we talk about intellectual property to women SME, sometimes it feels like very long connections, yeah. But actually, if we talk about IP, there are many IP products. How to make it more valuable? Probably we should connect it with some innovation capability. Yeah. So that's what Kaufman said. So that's why I try to figure out actually what is the barriers of innovation, yeah, in women entrepreneur. So first, according to some research conducted by previous researchers, lack of funds for innovation and developing new products. So lack of funds sometimes becomes so, like a very, we heard it like more often, but in terms of innovations, there's no specialized fund focusing on the R&D and innovations for women entrepreneur. And in terms of skills, it's not only some business skills, but also technical skills. If you see, if you think about creations and different kind of IP products, it requires special skills. For example, like if you're in a game industry, if you're in an animation industry, if you want to create a product, you have to have special skill to be able to do that. And sometimes they get innovation, but it is really easy to copy. So they don't think that it is really beneficial if they actually register it in the department, and lack of networking with the research institution. So actually last night I just have dinner with Duanyam, friends from Duanyam and Tarajo Melo. So what actually their complaints and problems actually they don't have any access to, for example, to some of the raw materials. And I actually work closely with BRIN as well, and I know that there are many research actually conducting this kind of raw material explorations. So the point is there's no connection. They don't know how to access BRIN actually. While BRIN, they have many of research regarding so-called materials for textiles, etc. But they say, how to access that? I don't know. If we search from the websites, it's so like, hard to get, kind of things. So that's actually one of the problem. The research already there, but there's no, they're not actually open any gate, to the smaller entrepreneurs. And also, about the age, locations, type, size of the business also become problems, So not every SMEs can become like Duanyam. Not every SMEs can become like Tarajo Melo because they are equipped, they have more access, more knowledge, So how to make every small SMEs to become like them? So that's actually one of the things that we should think, Okay, so if we back to kind of a digitalization, this is actually based on data that we researched, GSING research back into 2020 about digital penetration. So if we see this, most of the SMEs, it is not only women, but also all of the creative SMEs, they already utilize digitalization, but mostly on the distributions, consumption, and marketing part, but they haven't yet utilized digitalization on the productions, creations, and also fulfillment kind of things. So if we try to look at how digitalization can actually help them, probably we can help them to more adopt this technology into productions, creations, and many more. And if we say that, is there any support from the government? So I may say that there are a lot of support from the government. Pak Robinson actually held a really good work since Backcraft, and I cannot mention more. This is one of the works from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They held these events, focusing on promoting women IPs, and they do matchmaking, they do virtual exhibitions, and they do competitions for women IP. So I think it's one of the good move, So according to all of these, back. according to all of the data that I got, yeah, from research, I try to make this so-called models how to actually support women IP creators, yeah. So if we can see here, there's an IP value chain, yeah, on the center, which after Mbak Nadia presentation, I'd like to add one variables, yeah, after the IP utilizations, actually IP advocacy. IP advocacy, I guess it's one of the things that really important, yeah. So someone who will always there, yeah, to be asked, yeah, to guide along the way. So for this model, the target are actually two sides, yeah, from the demand and from the supplies. The first side is actually the women creative actors. So we are more focusing on the IP management, IP commercialization. And the second part is mostly to the users and consumers because they need to be, they need to have this knowledge. They need to understand the IP is not only the product. It's actually one of the works, yeah, that need to be appreciated. So the two sides of this need to be literate, yeah, not only the creators, but also the users and the consumers. So on the centers, we see this is the IP process. So this is what actually the government can do, yeah, but not only government. All of the IP creators, they not only need to create, but also they need to literate the users and customers, yeah, and users and consumers. For examples, here they can start to do some IP literations through modern media, whatever media suitable for the current customers. If the current customers, they use TikTok, so you should use TikTok to literate them, yeah. If they are more convenient to, for example, like magazine, you just pick any kind of magazine suitable for your user group. So you need to adapt, yeah, to the certain group of your user and customers. So in terms of IP literacy. IP applications, what can be done, yeah, for example, like making some IP system improvement, mass IP registration, probably Pak Robinson already done that before, yeah, and also help them in terms of funding. IP commercialization, this is one of the thing, yeah. So most of the IP registrations, they are more focusing on the registrations, but not into commercializations. For examples, like yesterday, yeah, in the FCE panel, yeah, a person from YouTube, yeah, they actually told that the YouTube, they have some good data, yeah, coming from the creators. So they have all of sheet of informations about how many they get, yeah, from the video, etc., etc. So this is one of the things that we should have, yeah, some tools to help monitors, yeah, the commercialization of the IP. So after the IP being commercialized, so the journey, yeah, need to be monitored, yeah. So for examples, like one of the things, like if you know NFT, yeah, NFT they get, if you publish your NFT, you can still have royalties even after the sixth, yeah, buyers of your NFTs. So this is one of the things that blockchain can help actually to do monitor where the money goes, yeah, in terms of royalties, etc. So IP commercialization actually one of the big tasks, yeah, for Indonesian IP ecosystem. And then after that, protections, of course, yeah, the protections in terms of how to assess, yeah, how to make sure the law enforcement, how to make sure that there's some reporting system if there's some IP violations. And the next about IP utilizations as fiduciary object, although, yeah, it's still long way to go, yeah. How to make sure that it is has the real value of it, how to hedge the risk, yeah, of the IP as a fiduciary object. And the last about the IP advocacy, which I forgot to mention here. So what can we interfere, yeah, in terms of this IP supply chain, yeah. From supply side, this is more into the talent, yeah, the creators. We can do intervention through three things, yeah, from people, infrastructures, and materials, yeah. So if we talk about digitalizations, are more into infrastructures, yeah, from providing them with software, hardware for creations, which are already there, yeah, and it is make even creator more easier to make products, to make creations, yeah. We should let them to know, yeah, how to use that. give them access to use that, etc. Yeah. And also platform for international expert pool, yeah, how to register my IP in Vietnam, for example. So, yeah, it's really hard to find at least a lawyer, yeah, which can help us to register our IPs like international. It is really hard, except like, yeah, we know Pak Ari Juliano, only one person lah in Indonesia, yeah, which can help us. And from the demand side intervention, this is more into the market, yeah. We know the people, infrastructure, and materials. And yeah, marketplace for IP products, I think it's really important. Also will help the IP utilization as a fiduciary object. So we know the value of the product, yeah, we'll know yeah, the ups and downs, yeah, of the IP product. So yeah, people from the bank, people from the financial corporations, yeah, will know, yeah, the value of the object if there's a marketplace. For example, we can probably see like OpenSea, yeah, they help us with the price of the object like over time, yeah, the ups and downs. So it will at least help us to do some IP valuations. Yeah. If we have like OpenSea for other IP objects, yeah, it would be helpful, yeah, for to make like IP fiduciary object feasible. And I know that all of these attempts, yeah, cannot be done by government alone, yeah, so they need to have collaborators. So I try to map out who are actually become the collaborators of doing all of this effort, yeah, coming from university, yeah, of course, as a supply side, and then local government, because they have their own IP center, become their own KPI as well. And creative organizations, IP agents, women creators associations, big players to give them success stories and give some examples on how, yeah, to make their product become more commercialized. Publishers, yeah, backward and forward linkage industries, yeah, would help as well, and also associations and all of these ministries, yeah. And speaking of the tools, yeah, digitalization tools, now we know that there are many tools which can help us. Yeah. For example, like this, yeah. If we talk about creators, yeah, women creators, male creators, it is really easy, yeah, for them now to create something. There are many tools available to help them, like do sourcing, producing, composing, make graphic, audio, video, etc. Yeah. So all we do just not creating another tools, but how to give them access to all of these tools, for example. If you are more into game industry or NFT ecosystem, they are already there, yeah, already complete. But don't know whether they know, yeah, that you don't have to make everything from scratch nowadays, yeah. There are already tools that can help you to make it even more faster, yeah, and even more creative way, so you can save time to do something else. Yeah, so it is one of the solutions to let them know that there are many tools that can help you. But actually the biggest problem is not what we are talking about here, but the next question would be, if we talk about IPs and digitalizations. First, how to manage new types of IPs like NFT, we know NFT. But there are probably another types of IP, for example, like there are already music, yeah, made from AI. How to claim the IP? Who will be the IP owners? So such data, software, and related IP rights. How to manage all of these things? Yeah. So and we know that these AI things, yeah, are developing. The thing is, do we have any regulations to regulate, yeah, the IP product coming from this AI? And how to design new IP-based business models when technologies and industries converge. So it's another thing, yeah. It's not only creating merchandise, yeah, those, yeah, conventional one, yeah. But we need to think about when there's new technology, means that we need new business models to make sure we can commercialize and utilize this content, yeah, to become more beneficial to the creators. It is also the homework. How to manage new sources of tension between collaborators and competitors, because if we collaborate to make an IP, the headache would be who will own the biggest percentage of the IP ownership. Yeah, sometimes it's also become a headache. Yeah. And how disruptive technologies such as like IoT, mobile internet, automation of knowledge work, cloud technology, advanced robotic affect IP management. Can we utilize it? For example, like blockchain. Yeah, if there's a case, yeah, like OpenSea or NFT, can we use it for our traditional IP product? Yeah, to make sure that it is stored in some safe place and it is evaluated by the community, for example, yeah, and it is secured. Do we need new strategy to overcome this new technology to help us manage the IP, particularly for the next technology coming ahead? Yeah, and besides of data volume and velocity, data variety, yeah, is the most important contributors adding quality content to so-called big data. And how to manage this if it's associated with the IPs. Big data, if it's only the data is not analyzed, it's only becoming a junk of data. But how to make sure that it is can contribute, yeah, to the IP creation, also IP management. So it particularly this is the next question that need to be think about, yeah, because we are actually not only try to increase the literations of the current SMEs and traditional business, but also we are racing with the futures, which can becoming the next headache, the next technology, how to manage it, and what is affecting the IPs industries, and how to make the regulations, so it's not too late to make the regulations, how to protect the creators from this technology. For example, like AI, they can easily copy our work in a minute. How to make sure that it is not happening to our creators. So that's actually the next headache that need to be think about. At the same time, you have to literate these traditional SMEs. So I think that's all from me. Thank you for the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dina. Please give an applause. Right, it's very interesting what Dina mentioned about the intellectual properties. I also found a website that we can create the visual things. I think it's found by one of the NASA researchers. So by the imagination, we can create the pictures or the visuals. My question, Dina, about how the use of IP and how it can give a beneficial to the woman creativity and innovations. You have a statement, for example, from the brain that there are some of the research that can be used for the small and medium enterprise. The question is, when they use the research, also how to fund the intellectual properties for the small and medium enterprise. In other side, you also mentioned about some of the women, they lack of the capital, they lack of knowledge, literacy to get the IP. Any thoughts about that, Dina?
Yeah, well, actually, if we talk about IP, since there are many type of IPs, we should make clear, which one should we focus on, For example, like if we talk about SME, so most likely they are more into trademark, just protecting their brand, But there are actually other type of IPs which has more value, and they can be commercialized. So what I mentioned here in my presentation are more into the IP that can be commercialized. For example, like they are creating like videos, like content and everything, while they can actually do their work at home, doing other jobs, And in terms of the funding, are more into those traditional SMEs, women in SMEs, they don't know, how to innovate the product, so they only register their brand, that's only the IP that they can get, And in terms of fund, to register the trademark, I don't know how much is that now, but there's so many subsidiary coming from the government for 100,000 rupiah. But it seems like very cheap for us, but for people in the rural area probably it's kind of expensive, But the second thing about the creators, if we talk about women creators, like there are many women in YouTube, TikTok, We cannot underestimate them, and we should think that they are actually part of the creative economy. I don't know where should we put it actually, whether they are in the TV, radio, animation, etc. Yeah, but the creators economy actually it's not emerging; it's actually growing. Yeah, and there's some potential, yeah, and opportunity for the woman, yeah, which actually they have some challenges, yeah, to do the conventional business because they need to spare their time for the family. But if they move into creator economy, they can make content, they can get money, yeah, and they make sure that the content is protected, yeah, and those things that I be more interested to, yeah, because the economic potential are actually very huge, yeah, with really less effort. So why don't we focus on that? While the intervention from the government, actually it is more easier. Because if you talk about women creators, they are mostly young, and it is easy to tap in, and they are more digital savvy, tech savvy. So it is easier for us to reach them through any kind of medias, and we don't need to start from scratch, but what we do need is to accelerate them. So the effort will be very minimal, but the impact will be higher compared to if you are focusing on these SMEs kind of things, yeah, because there are so many complications, yeah. It's not only about the business, yeah, but also sometimes they have no inspirations to make their business bigger because they have so this and that, yeah, problems with the family, etc. So probably if I can suggest, yeah, to the government, just pick, yeah, which sectors or which target, yeah, which give us less work but bigger impact, yeah, for example, like these women creators.
Right, thank you very much, Dina. So it needs a priority for the policy.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. So next we move to the third speakers. Hello, Mr. Bahtiar Hafiz Bandial from Brunei. He is an experienced IP right project manager. He used to work for the EU intellectual properties as activity coordinators, and now he is a senior officer of the ASEAN Secretariat. Please, Mr. Bahtiar.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's really an honor to be here today and to be sharing the panel with our esteemed speakers here today. So previously, I think Dina in her last presentation had talked a little bit about how IP has been used in a number of different sectors. I think she mentioned a lot of the IT sectors, the creative sectors, and the gaming sectors. But a lot of my presentation will focus on IP as a tool for rural development within ASEAN. The reason for this being is that within ASEAN, we still have 48% of the population living in rural areas, which comprises of about 300 million people. And within this 300 million people, women in the rural economy are often the most vulnerable to economic change. And so IP as a development tool to help these groups would bring about the most immediate success and the uplifting of the economic cycle for a group in society. Which is why a lot of the work that I've done in the past has concentrated upon the developing economy within ASEAN and how IP can be used as a tool for development for these areas. Okay. So what's the situation now globally, though? So a McKinsey study in 2020 showed that 12 to 18 trillion US dollars could be added to global GDP by narrowing the gender gap. The same study also showed that 29% of companies that are less gender diverse, are 29% less likely to make money. So the world inequality in the economic workforce is costing everybody money, and the world is essentially excluding a large proportion of the population from potential cultural, social, and economic benefits from this excluding women from the workforce. The lost innovations, brands, and ideas are a detriment to society as a whole, And therefore, encouraging access to the innovation ecosystem through intellectual property could bring about huge gains to the global economy. So some stats from WIPO, which is the World Intellectual Property Organization and the foremost organization on IP and innovation, shows that only 16.5% of inventors named in international patent applications are women. Furthermore, female researchers are half as likely to obtain a patent for their research in comparison to male colleagues. So these statistics are very alarming. Females don't seem to be granted access to the IP registration system, even when they're contributing directly to research that can obtain a patent. So why does this gap exist? Partly it's because there are more men in STEM fields, which is science, tech, engineering, and mathematics. But the question that we have to ask is, why are there more men in STEM fields in the first place? It certainly is not because that men are inherently better than their female counterparts, whereas in fact the opposite is true, and often women in STEM perform better than their male counterparts on a whole. A study by the Global Gender Gap Report in 2020 showed that sectors which are less diverse are also less innovative. So segregating research and having male-dominated industries leads to lower innovation levels, and although we know all of this gap still exists. So we'll go into some reasons why. So firstly, as mentioned, there are fewer women in STEM fields, and therefore there are less women that are filing patents, as the STEM field is the most patent intensive. Next, prejudice and misconceptions still remain concerning women and their role in society. Third, women often may be less risk tolerant, I think, which is something that Nadira mentioned, due to the prejudice roles that they have been given in society. IP and innovation doesn't always come with instant financial reward as a regular job would, and therefore women are often thinking about where's the next meal coming from my family, how can I support them, rather than thinking about their own careers and their own innovative takings. So also we have a lack of policy making that promotes innovation and creativity among women. And finally, we have a lack of flexible working arrangements that would enable women to contribute to innovative solutions effectively. So the workplace generally does not cater to the needs of women innovators, and this is something that needs to change. So these discussions and reasons were extracted from a discussion on gender and innovation at the World Intellectual Property Organization. So how do these reasons translate to ASEAN, the region which I do a lot of my work in? So the answers that we have here were obtained from the ASEAN magazine on gender, which shows some very telling statistics. So for reason number one, 4% of women in ASEAN have no formal education compared to 3% of men, which is still a sign of a gendered education gap, despite the fact that women generally fare better in formalized education when compared to their male counterparts. For reason number two, about prejudice and misconception of the role of women. Unfortunately, in ASEAN, this prejudice is still very strong. 16% of women marry before the age of 18 in ASEAN, and this limits their opportunity and to become innovators and even to enter the innovative workforce due to this misguided role in society. With regards to risk tolerance, we see that in ASEAN, men are staggeringly more likely to be employed in ASEAN compared to women, 11.5 times more likely. Now, the idea of risk tolerance is linked to the fact that in ASEAN, women are seen as having to take care of their families, and the general ethos is that women should think about what is best for the family. So they're not able to take on the risk to become innovators. So number four, with regards to a lack of gendered policymaking, we can see that in ASEAN, only 20% of ASEAN parliament members are women. So men in general are the ones who are making policies for women, and this does not go very well together, and women should be equally represented in all sectors and ministries. And number five, lack of a work culture that caters to the need of women innovators. We can see that on the screen is a very sad fact that only 33% of maternity cash benefits in ASEAN reached women in 2019. A lack of benefits for mothers will certainly hinder any woman in the innovation cycle, and even in the workplace. So there's a whole nother conversation that needs to be had about how can we create an innovation ecosystem that allows for women to reach their creative potential. So what can be done on a policy-making basis to empower inspired women? So we have 5 suggestions on the board. Increase awareness raising. It's always important in terms of education. promoting a gender balance in decision-making bodies on IP and innovation within the government and SME bodies, more women in parliament making more decisions for women, increasing female mentors to provide guidance and leadership, increasing funding for women, particularly in rural communities. As I mentioned, 48% of ASEAN still lives in the rural areas, and women in rural areas in ASEAN are the most economically vulnerable. And number 5, to ensure that national and regional policies are in place to support equal gender participation. So I didn't spend too much time on this slide on purpose, as there's no real significant effect of these words on the screen right now. Yes, I think. Sorry, yeah, I didn't spend too much time on these slides on purpose, as they're just sort of words on a piece of paper, but the real importance is in practice. I think Nadira also mentioned in her previous presentation that there's no one-size-fits-all solution. So next, I'd like to go about by combining the 5 things that we have on the screen and how they can work in real-life practice. So one example that I like to use, which ties in the 5 previous suggestions perfectly, is the example of Lampun silk in Thailand. So how can IP and innovation policies used to empower inspired women? So hand-woven silk brocade is a cultural heritage in Lampun, Thailand. The weaving technique has been passed down for generations, and each silk produced is unique and takes a great deal of time to produce. However, the economic benefit of this silk was not maximized. Other areas in Thailand could pass off the silk as Lampun silk, and only a very skilled person was able to tell the difference at first sight. So what was done? The rural government in Lampun, led by Ms. Nichada, the permanent secretary for the area of Lampun, set upon a plan to help these weavers. So firstly, they pushed for geographical indication for Lampun silk. So this benefit was not only protecting the product from infringers, but GI protection also ensures that weavers must adhere to a set of standards, thus ensuring a higher quality of products. So geographical indications are another form of IP protection that basically they authenticate a product to a certain area. So in this case, we have silk coming from Lampun. Other cases that we have in Indonesia include Kintamani coffee from Bali, as well as Ahmed salt. So GI protection was the first step here. Next was how could we show that these buyers, that the silk that they were buying is special? So Ms. Nichada also had a plan for this. The provincial government implemented QR code functionality for each sold piece of cloth. So when any buyer would buy a piece of cloth, they would scan this QR code, and they would know how long the piece took to create, how many weavers worked on this, and as well as how many years of experience that the weaver had in producing this cloth. So you might also think that a rural weaver in Lampun, Thailand, may not know how to implement these QR codes in their work, and you would be right. So mentorship from the government was very important, and Ms. Nichada sent a team of staff to Lampun to show how the functionality worked and how to help their weavers to integrate themselves, their very traditional products, into the digital space. So now you had the IP protection, and this protection was showed to the buyer, and it showed them that this product was very unique, and so what was the result? The result was a 10 times increase in product price, an upholding of this traditional weaving technique, and the economic revitalization of an area. So it's a very big increase, almost 10 times. So following the success of this initiative, school children were also taught these skills. So not only in weaving, which was mostly taught to the girls in school, but the boys were also taught how to plant the trees, how to make the yarn and dye the threads for this weaving. So a whole circular economy was created from IP protection and empowering female weavers in rural Thailand. So the story of Lampun is a very good example of IP protection, policy making, and the digital economy all coming together to preserve a Thai and ASEAN tradition. An example that needs to be kept in mind and replicated across ASEAN. As ASEAN moves towards the digital economy, we need to ensure that we don't leave behind 320 million people in ASEAN who are living in rural areas, many of them women who are working hard to uphold ASEAN traditions. So what else? What else do we have and what's next? So the example of Lampun Silk is not the only example of IP empowering women-driven enterprises that we have. So from the Philippines, we have Sagara Coffee and the Coffee Heritage Company, which is led by a female CEO that is bent on building a successful coffee brand focused around female producers and creating an environment for their success. So she's had success in using collector trademarks, which is another form of IP, that sets standards around the brand of her product. From Singapore, we have Utrip, which is a financial services company with a female CEO who has promised 50-50 gender balance in what is usually a very male-dominated industry. So women in Asia Pacific are 70% less likely to be in the fintech labor force, and thus it takes concerted efforts from companies such as Utrip to address this gap, and also for them to reap the benefits of a diverse labor force with differing ideas. So what's next? I think if we can take anything from the examples that I've just shared, is often that there is a good product out there that already exists, and many products that are being created by ASEAN's inspiring women. But it often takes a push, whether it be from an inspired CEO, from somebody in government, for these products to take the next step. IP as well acts as a booster to the trade of products and provides further economic incentive for the producers. So just looking at our borders and where we are today, we have traditional products such as Tenan Ikut Stika from East Nusa Tenggara or Batik Tulis from Yogyakarta. Products that are traditionally created by women that are famed locally, where they could use the benefit of strong IP protection and some intervention to take them to the next level. So finally, my last slide. The picture on the screen is something that I has believed gained some level of fame and infamy across the internet in the internet meme cycle some years ago. And it's meant to exhibit the difference between equality on the left, equity in the middle, and liberty on the right. So here we have the fence that's blocking each person from access, and this is something that we can use for a metaphor for what's being discussed today. So starting from the left, if we were to create equivalent policies for all members in society, we are simply not on even footing. Centuries of history, years of prejudice of the patriarchy, and economic inequalities that have widened the gap between members of society means that this is simply not an effective policy. We need to be able to lift up groups in society who have been repressed in the past for the benefit of society as a whole. So that's where we come to the middle picture. A picture of equity where individuals are given an extra boost in order to have equal access. So one box to lift an individual could be IP as a tool for development, targeting groups in society that need economic lifting. Other boxes to lift groups up could include equitable workforce policies, encouraging women in STEM, funding female inventors to overcome the prejudices that have affected women in our society for years. And finally, we have the end goal, the removal of a fence overall and a society where equal access to rights and opportunities is equivalent and unaffected by the gender gap or any other pre-existing inequalities. So as you can see from the examples that I shared earlier, it takes a number of different boxes that need to be ticked in order to enact real change. But I believe that in the power of IP as a tool for development, especially within ASEAN, where we share 10 countries, hundreds of different cultures, millions of different creatives, and thus limitless opportunities. IP provides the economic incentive for these opportunities, and IP should definitely be encouraged as one of the many policy tools that could be used to empower our inspiring women. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bahtiar Hafiz. I think you have a really interesting presentation. I have a lot of questions for you, but because we have 15 minutes left, so I will let the audience to ask the questions. I'm starting from my right wing, I think. One question from here. The center or the left wing? Is there any question from the audience? Yep. Okay. Please mention your name and your questions, please.
All right. Thank you very much for Mr. Diaz for the opportunity. I'm Putri. My questions is for Miss Dina. So you mentioned earlier that there is only minimal data for that focusing on women creators or IPs focusing on women in digital industry. I would like to ask your point of view, like what is exactly the roots of the problems here? Is it because of the industry, like you mentioned, it is rarely mentioned, women creators is rarely mentioned in like Ainaki or Agi, while we know there's a lot of women creators like Griselda Sastrawinata or Rini Sugianto who collaborate in Hollywood movies and international movies, what is the roots of the problems here? Is it because the digital industry, like games, for example, is seen more identical to men, or is it because of the work environment? Thank you very much. That is all my questions.
Thank you very much, Putri, for the questions. You can answer the questions, please.
Yeah. I guess we cannot blame on anyone, in terms of that, We know that according to study as well, sometimes women can work more productive, compared to men. Sorry, buat bapak-bapak di sini, Okay, that's actually the data tells so, And in terms of women creators, I guess, we have a lot of examples, but sometimes we need more like woman empower woman kind of movement, kind of things, because they work individually, and I don't know, women works probably already address some issues on that, But as we know that, there's no. Sometimes if we say about gender equality, sometimes it's too equal that probably the male, they think that it's no need to give more stage to women, because we're equal, so what, so why should we crown you more, for example, like that. So probably that's the problem, happening to this kind of equality. So we equal, so why should men could give more stage, to women. But I guess, the thing is, probably women are too busy, they're creating their work, they do not have time to actually flexing their work, because they have to spend time not only for working, but also do take care of other things, So I guess it is better if, there's probably like women works, they can more emphasize on women creators, or probably there's association particularly for women creators. They are coming from animation, games, or other type of products, of IPs, that can be into one associations, So regardless the industry, but there are bunch of women creators could be kind of the solutions, But I guess, last night also, I have dinner with a girl from Lentera, She's actually a woman creators. And she said that she did research, to make work, and she's actually the CEO as well, So I guess there's a lot of women creators out there, but they're not really to show up, I don't know whether they don't have time, or there's no media, and probably the association also not giving any stage for them, because they think we are equal, why should we? So I guess probably that's the problem. If you would like to give some comments on that.
Please, Nadira.
Yes, so Putri, thank you for the question. Maybe just a few pointers, I guess, from my end. And definitely number one is actually culture. So with Indonesia, right, we were actually like majority, especially those that, are maybe millennials, baby boomers, right? The Gen Z is a different topic, but many people here were actually born and raised and taught to be not too loud, not too opinionated, not too much, basically. Anything that's over is too much. And, even as there have been many, many women and many male counterparts actually advocating for this, again, it's a mindset, right? It's ingrained within you. So it's not something that change can happen in 1-2 years. It's something that a whole generation actually has to work on, which is why, when I was sharing a bit, we highlighted patriarchy as a culture because it's passed down, right? From generation to generation to generation. And cutting things like that it's definitely not an easy thing. Like, it's not exactly cutting, right? What we want to do is to reframe. We want people to understand, open their understanding, open their thoughts, open their exposure to their mindset. We don't want to reset a generation. We don't want to cut a generation, no. We want to reframe. Because the thing is that we just want to show that, putting yourself out there does not mean you're bossy. Putting yourself out there does not mean you think you're too full of yourself. So, tahu nih gue, gitu kan istilahnya kalau kurang formalnya ya. Kayak it's not that. But it's actually, again, you're setting yourself to become a role model. So, you know, maybe what Dina also mentioned, that's something that Woman Works does work on. Like we take a lot of like the quote unquote underdogs of the industry. We have a lot of women like, oh, you know, they're the communication manager of Twitter. You know, that person is actually from Indonesia. But we don't know. Like a lot of people don't know her. We know nobody's ever heard of her, gitu. So why isn't she out there, right? That's an example. And the reason why is, yes, and one of the others is actually, we don't feel that we need to showcase. We want to let our work showcase themselves. But then again, who's able to access, who's able to see you if you're not out there, which is why we try to actually help. We give opportunities for women to actually get invited as speakers, get them to actually showcase themselves out there, help them actually rebrand themselves, help them really put themselves in a space where other women can be inspired, other women can be supported, and male counterparts can actually understand that, you know, again, if it's equal, they want to see if they're on par. They want to see that level, right? And without them being out there, you can't see that. Like, people can't see. Orang mau bilang, you see a male, you'll be like, okay, sama-sama gamer. We're the same, then is she better than me? She might be, you don't know. That's exactly it, right? So, but that's one of the main reasons. So it's very ingrained with our culture. And, you know, cultural change takes a lot of time to implement, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Nadira. Okay, another question from the audience, maybe? Yes, please, Mbak. Please mention your name and the question.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for the opportunity. My name is Natasha, and I have a question for Mrs. Nadira. My question is, you mentioned how high women's contribution on SMEs in Indonesia. Do you think that it is something to be proud of as a woman, or is it the cause of the patriarchal culture itself? Because maybe we all know that most people value more someone who works at the office and stable jobs, and it is because the lack of accessibility for women, because people not very proud of when you have small business than stable jobs. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Very interesting question from the woman. Okay, please, Nadira.
Yes, Natasha, thank you very much for the question. And please, other panelists or speakers, feel free to add on. But I think from my end, right, and this is my personal point of view, again, just want to disclaim that out there. For me, it's more of actually dividing between having that sense of pride in how SMEs have come to grow and actually seeing the accessibility of the jobs on the other hand. So to answer your first question, yes. No matter what the situation is, there should be a sense of actually pride in seeing people being actively able to approach, actively being able to set their businesses, actively being able to settle. The next step is actually understanding the reason why, which comes to your question. Like, is this because, again, they need to survive, it's not accessible? That half of the equation, in terms of accessibility towards more professional jobs, towards roles, right, maybe more in corporatal industries, again, the industry is very wide. There will always be people that are accessing these jobs and they're not. But the thing is, the goal of the creative industry is to actually create more job opportunities, is to be able to enable more women in the industry itself. So at the end of the day, in terms of accessibility towards more traditional roles, I guess in a way, right? It's definitely something that we want to work on, because I think for me specifically, like my focus is actually helping a lot of middle management women grow to become leaders, right? Like Women Works actually specifically focuses on that. We help more women leaders grow in Indonesia to actually help do the trickle effect, have more women in the industry, have more women hired. But the fact that, you know, people starting from the bottom up are actually going into the mindset of, oh, I have to live better, that opens up their opportunity to actually go into these more traditional roles. Because at the end of the day, sometimes it's not only in terms of like whether or not I can apply for a role, whether or not I am eligible for a role, but it's more of me understanding as a woman, oh, this is actually something that is possible for me. And that mindset itself is something that a lot of people don't have at the moment. So when they start small, They say, hey, you know, turns out I can have a business at home. Turns out the flexibility works for me. Turns out it's something that I can implement, right? They see that more opportunities are opening because of that. So we start small, but we go further. And of course, right, it's also a matter of where you are, I guess, in this pipeline for growth, right? But to answer that, number one, yes, we should be proud that SMEs are they're growing thanks to all of the efforts in Indonesia. What we want to do next is actually look towards the quality of it. Like, why are these SMEs starting? How can we help them grow? What is the best way for us to actually help them recontribute to the society and also economy?
Right, thank you very much, Nadira. Is there any other question from the audience? Okay, if no questions, I will ask to Bahtiar. Maybe you have a lesson learned from the national policy that can support the woman empowerment and the creative economy. Maybe you have an example that you can find.
Okay, so maybe I could just link it back to the previous question as well, as I thought that was very interesting. I think is a very fair point, you know, when you're, say, if you're a rural woman living in Kalimantan, for example, and it's less impressive to have your own business than it would be if you're like someone living in a rural area in Singapore and you say you have your own business. The mindset behind that is very different. So that's why the rural-urban dynamics in ASEAN is very interesting, and I think it's the biggest gap that we could have to regional policy making is really addressing how can we integrate the rural societies into the modern economy and the digital economy. I also think that it was very important that Nadira mentioned that it's a lot about the mindset of wanting to have more than just being comfortable. So if I could talk about some national policies, all of the best policies that I've seen in the work that I've done has been from grassroots level sort of schemes and this kind of thing. When you're talking about people in rural areas, top-down doesn't really work, but there still has to be marriage between all of this. If I could use the example that I had on the board, I didn't go into too much detail, but it was a company called Coffee Heritage from the Philippines in the Sagada region, which is a mountainous region in northern Philippines where they produce coffee. So there were a bunch of female coffee producers who were just sort of satisfied with producing the local coffee, selling it in the local market, and it took the intervention of a female CEO who said that, you know, this is a product that should be getting more attention. So she intervened, she made a brand out of it, and she only, it's quite inspiring, a lot of her work. She mainly would hire distressed women in society who had some perhaps social problems and this kind of thing. So but without her intervention, really bringing up these women and saying that they could be more, they would have been comfortable, you know, with their smaller, you know, with the smaller terms of production, and not developing into the big brand that it is today. So I think a lot of it definitely is about having right people with the right mindset to provide mentorship and guidance. From all the most effective policies that I've seen, this has been the one common factor.
Right, thank you very much, Bahtiar. Can you please give an applause to our speakers today? Maybe last question from the audience, or maybe Pak Robin? No? All right. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clara. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask Mr. Bahtiar, it's maybe a little bit out of topic, as I really interested when I saw the story of the Lampun silk. Okay, I'm really interested when I saw about how she can make it works in Thailand, because we know Indonesia also have so many geographical indication, and it's already known all across the globe, but we have a problem to distribute the product because of geographical situation that if we're buying the products domestically, it will be very pricey because of the shipping price. And it's really embarrassing and broken-hearted for us Indonesian, how the very good product mostly is imported. And we are, as an Indonesian, mostly don't know about the product. Can you tell us more about how the policy model and the roadmap plan for the Lampung Silk project is creating, and how many organizations is involved, and how the government is involved in this project. Thank
Right,
you.
thank you. Can you please say again your name?
Clara.
Clara, okay, Clara. Bahtiar, please.
Thank you very much, Clara. So I think in the example of Lampung Silk, the reason that it worked was because the way that government was structured in Thailand was that I think the provincial government had a lot to say about having these sort of economic revitalization projects, and so it really wasn't a top-down thing, as I mentioned before. The provincial government is more of a grassroots level project. They are only in charge for the small area of Lampung, but another important thing to state is that it wasn't only that. One point that I missed, which is perhaps important, is that there was also some intervention from the private sector. So Ms. Nichara, the permanent secretary for Lampung, she had to lobby private sector investors as well to invest in Lampung Silk. And she basically got a donation of. Thank you. She got a donation of, I think it was 10 acres to initially set up the first site that she had. So a lot of other success cases that we have. There was a big success story from Vietnam and Indonesia in integrating women producers into coffee production. And this was also a marriage of the Indonesian and Vietnamese government with the International Monetary Fund. So a lot of time in ASEAN, especially when we're talking about rural areas, a lot of these provincial governments have a lot to do with not much funding. So it becomes quite a problem, and it becomes about finding the right partners in order to bring these products up. Even I mentioned before, I think the Tenun Ikat Sika, there's a lot of work that's been done with a lot of European organizations on this product. It's been seen as a product which has a lot of potential to reach global markets. But there's still, a lack of funding, a lack of mentorship for the weavers here in order to get a lot of these things to the next stage. I also think you mentioned the shipping costs. One of the great things and one of the difficulties about ASEAN is that I think we have second most number of islands for a region in the world. So shipping becomes very difficult, and integrating a lot of these areas into the economy becomes more difficult. But I think hopefully this is a problem that could be solved. I think we've had a lot of discussions about how we could integrate rural societies into the main economy. So hopefully with the right partnerships, we can definitely bring a lot of these products to the global stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahtiar. I think we ran out of time, but please. Okay, committee, we still have time. It's all right? Okay, please.
I'm sorry, I have just one question final for, thank you, Mr. Diaz, for the opportunity. For Mr. Bakhtiar, maybe I want to share a little bit about the condition on our country, Indonesia. Like here, IP itself is an advanced thing. Like not much people know about it. Maybe like underprivileged women would be focusing more on how she can get profits from their business rather than the sustainable of their business itself. Like, do you have any like short recommendation, like where do we start on the best approach to the underprivileged woman on educating about the IP rights? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Maybe besides Bahtiar.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can start. So thank you very much for the question, Natasha. So I definitely agree. I think when it comes to IP rights, it's hard to see the benefit when you don't have immediate financial reward. So a lot of the recommendations that we have for women in rural areas is to create collectives. For example, in Brunei, we have what's called the One Village, One Kampong product. So rather than individual producers, farmers, producing and selling separately, when they pull together the resources and are able to create a product linked to a locality. So for example, Kintamani coffee here in Bali. this is not just one producer selling this one product. It's a number of different producers who are just selling under the brand of Kintamani. So the IP protection there is pretty much shared. So the costs are shared, but the benefits are also had by all. So it's the importance of collaboration. Again, I have to stress the importance of mentorship and guidance. A lot of the geographic indications in Indonesia have been registered with the help of the government. The organization here is DGIP, the Director General for Intellectual Property. So it's also about getting in touch with the people in government. I think Natasha also mentioned that a lot of these people don't know that you can just go to the government, you can have internet access there, you can ask about different things that can be done. But it also takes people to inform people in these areas about just being willing to go out there and speak. It's about changing their mindset as well, of asking for help. I think in a lot of the ASEAN cultures, asking for help is still a taboo in a lot of ways. It's a lot more about independence and keeping your struggle to yourself. So I think that's also a mindset thing that we have to change. I don't know if any of the other speakers would like to contribute to that.
Okay, besides adding the comment, maybe you can also give us your closing statement about today's topic. Please, Nadira or Dina.
Okay, so probably you want to add what's being stated before, that one of the example, if we see, about the benefit of IP, because the creators and entrepreneurs, they do not feel that it is give the direct impact in terms of revenues. Probably one of the community that can be put into examples is the musicians community, because in music community we have this literacy. And they give example on how your product can be commercialized, and there's a different kind of other product that can be contribute to other revenues, additional revenues to the main product. So the role of these communities, which share the same needs, the same industrial, I guess it's really helpful, for those types of creators or entrepreneur. So first of that, and the second thing is now being the IP creators or IP-based entrepreneur, we no longer can blame to the government or other parties. The thing is, you have to manage yourself, you have to equip, and you are not become only creator but also become your own producer, distributors, makers, marketers, and you have to find your own market. So to be equipped with those 360 skills, probably one of the things besides giving some literations about the IP itself, is sometimes you need to be equipped with the business knowledge, how to find the right business models, what can be produced, or for example, like I'm creating this one IG for this Tenun Sika, for example, the geographical indication, and there are many products can be created from those one IG, for example. Same like the other copyrights, we created only one, for example, like one pictures or one song or one videos that can result to different kind of products which can give us additional revenues. So those state of mind, those things, sometimes we don't find it in the traditional entrepreneurs, we don't find it in the creators, and sometimes it being missed to one what was so called like curriculum, or like capacity building, etc. Because the business model knowledge is really important to them to survive and become knowledgeable to the whole value chain of the business. So I guess it's one of the things that probably we should put them in one community, which is very specific in one industry, etc., and give them knowledge about the IP product can be explored to different forms and can give them additional revenues, and to become able to understand the whole business model. I think it's really important for the creators and for the entrepreneurs. So I guess that's also becoming the closing remarks here from my side.
Thank you very much. Please, Nadira.
All right, so I'll just go directly into the closing statements because I think the answers have been enough. But all in all, I think I would love to just do a quick thank you for everyone that's here today and for the event itself, because I think a few years back, IP, women, right, growth, all of this were topics that were a bit inaccessible. Like there are efforts towards it, but it was not exactly the main priority. And I would love to just give a big shout out to everyone and thank everyone for having the opportunity to speak here today and also having the opportunity to actually bring a lot of these topics to life. Besides that, I think we should just really take a good look at how far, I guess, we've grown in terms of not just the creative economy, but also the SMEs and also how women empowerment and women growth has been developing in the last few years. And looking at everything all of our speakers have been sharing today, we can definitely see that there is a brighter future that we're moving towards. We just want to have more active people, I guess, in the industry actually tapping into the existing organizations, into the existing ecosystem, and realizing that we're not alone. We're not working on it by ourselves individually, but we can actually access and work together. And having a lot of the suggestions that came from Bakhtiar and also Dina are definitely good next steps to start paving the way for the next 5-10 years. That should be it, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to also echo the thoughts and thanking the organizers for having us here today. And if I could just have some closing last words, it would be really on the importance of collaboration and conversation. The conversations that we have here today are very important, and I think it's very hard you should never underestimate the knock-on effect that these could have. For example, some of the examples that I had on the board earlier today, these were just from a casual conversation in coffee shops, and they turned into thriving organizations, organizations that are really helping to empower women in different areas. So if you could take away one thing from this, is that I think we definitely have to collaborate with a number of different industries, and we need to consider having conversations on a more frequent basis. I think whether it be a coffee at the side of a meeting such as this or panel discussions such as we've had today, I think all of these contribute into a better society that we could build for all of ourselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bakhtiar, Nadira, and Dina. We give an applause to our 3 distinguished speakers today. Thank you very much for Government of Indonesia, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy for having us here today. We all have the same belief that the intellectual properties are very important to support the creative economy and also the growth of the economy in Indonesia and also around the globe. But not just supporting the economic growth, we need more inclusive policy and strategies. And one of the important thing is to support the women, because they big roles on our economic development, also the big roles on the social contribution and also the economy. I try to highlight a few things, the keywords from our audience, the importance of the collective actions, the collaborations, the importance of the growth mindsets, and we need to work more on the grassroots. We need more inspired women to give more impact, to give more contributions in our social life and also the economy. Thank you very much for your attention today. I'm Dia Satria and give back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Remind to stay with the speakers because we will take a picture for documentation. Yeah, kindly to stand. Yeah. And I would like to invite Pak Robin to also take a picture with the speakers and moderator. Okay. Baik, terima kasih. Big round of applause once again for all the speakers and also the moderator, Pak Dias, Ibu Nadira, Ibu Dina, dan juga Pak Bahtiar. Alright, to all attendees offline and online, kindly to fill attendance list to get the certificate. The barcode will be shown on screen, and there will be coffee souvenir in Expo number 17 for all attendants of IP Talk today. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have short break and we'll start the next session at 1 p.m. local time. Thank you.
This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah helai demi helai demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapok dan nigoma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak, asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi, gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah, bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000 layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask, what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah, helai demi helai, demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, asik lapok dan nigoma, kain ulos juga korga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau Bali, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak? Asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi, gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buat Indonesia. Gak kalah bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus.
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft, For every question we asked, what good it might bring, at the same time, they worked tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah, helai demi helai, demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan mie goma, kain ulos juga korga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau Bali, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak? Asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi, gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask, what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha di balik sebuah kriya. Ini bukan hasil pabrikan, tapi buatan tangan, papan demi papan. Ada yang harus memanen dedaunan untuk sebuah warna yang hanya didapat dari kesabaran menghargai alam. Bukan usaha yang instan. Ada yang harus memilih di antara ribuan pilihan atau menyusun ribuan baris dari bahan-bahan yang terbuang. Ada yang mencari bentuk dari tradisi agar budaya tetap bisa diturunkan dari generasi ke generasi. Ada yang meracik rempah, helai demi helai, demi aroma yang menggugah. Ada yang tak lelah melukis corak dengan tangan yang melambai-lamban. Dan inilah mereka yang tak lelah berproses dan berkarya. Seringkali kita bertanya, apa keunggulannya? Di saat yang sama, mereka bekerja sepenuh hati, mengejar kesempurnaan dengan penuh kesabaran.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapok dan mie goma, kain ulos juga korga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau Bali, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak, asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi, gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat. dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya tradisional bisa menjadi sebuah karya yang mendunia. Gak hanya aksesoris, kreativitas dalam mengolah sumber daya alam bisa membawa karya anak bangsa kita menjadi produk favorit di luar negeri. Dengan mengutamakan sisi artistik, produk handmade dekorasi rumah ini telah banyak diekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi bangga buatan Indonesia. Kalau kamu?
Hai, aku Dia. Selain surfing, aku juga punya usaha kafe sendiri loh. Aku juga suka fashion. Indonesia kaya akan warisan budaya. Di sini, batik-batik kuno diangkat kembali dan menjadi inspirasi negara-negara di luar. Fashion dan aksesoris adalah favorit aku. Nah, sejak dulu Bali terkenal dengan kerajinan peraknya. Karya-karya mereka sudah diakui di luar negeri. Bali juga terkenal dengan industri keramiknya. Produk keramik di sini sudah banyak menjadi langganan para konsumen dari luar negeri. Mulai dari kebutuhan untuk dekorasi rumah sampai untuk dekorasi hotel kelas dunia. Bali kini juga mengembangkan industri makanan. Salah satunya industri olahan coklat dengan standar internasional. Semua bahan coklatnya asli dari Indonesia. Hebat kan? Aku bangga buatan Indonesia.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask, what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently. Ini bukan masakan siap saji, tapi sepiring makan siang yang dimasak 6 jam menunggu jadi. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, kita akan sadar ada banyak usaha.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IP Talks and Creative Sharing Session for the 3rd edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022 in Bali International Convention Center. Previously, we already have IP Talk panel session, and shortly, we'll start Creative Sharing Session. So ladies and gentlemen, we have seen how resilient our creative people are during these challenging times through technology and massive digitalization. And in order to support their potential, WCCE provide a place for representative from the digital creative industry to share their knowledge about their creation. And also we present creative sharing session, the new future of digital creative, with our tech-savvy speakers from digital creative industry. And also to elaboration more about video game trends, technology, type, and how to compete with the global situation. I'd like to invite Mr. Orlando Nandito Nahemia as a founder and CEO Miracle Group Indonesia from Miracle Gates Entertainment. Can I have a round of applause?
All right. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. So, my name is Nando, and yeah, I would like to sharing about like video game trends, technology type, and how to compete with the global situations. But yeah, before that, actually, that I'm founder and CEO of Miracle Group Indonesia. My real name actually is Orlando Nandito Nehemia, or you can call me Nando. Before I'm starting about our main topic, I would like to sharing about my experience, and it's really honor for me, so I can speak in this event. And actually, I came from nothing. Why I said like that? Because that I'm starting my career in game industry since 2013. I'm still high school, and then yeah, I really built my career from scratch. I do a lot of like technical things. And then, yeah, if we see like the history of the startup where they starting the teams like 4 people or 5 people or 10 people, then their team, I mean like their team like going like only like one person's. I've been there too. So, and I have like 4 co-founder, and then after that 2015, we are, it's only me, and then after that, of course, I'm still consistent in this industry. I'm working very hard. I do freelancings, and then, like you see, I'm working on my car, and then year by year, actually, that I'm improving my skill, and I built my own team again. So in 2017, I'm starting my studio. So it's like 4 people, and then day by day, year by year, we are growing based on our experience. We are growing in the business, in game, and then in 2019, our team growing like 30 people, and right now we can tell that if we are one of the biggest studio game in Indonesia. We have office located in Bali, Malang, and Yogyakarta. It's really big dreams because since I starting my company 2013, I only have a dreams. I only have like laptop with 2 GB RAMs. With smart friend modem, if you guys are living in the same era, that we only have like 100 kilobyte speed internet connections, and I download all the tutorial, I download all the engines, and yeah, here we are right now. So we are PT Miracle Group Indonesia. We have like 3 company under PT Miracle Group Indonesia. It's Miracle Gates Entertainment, and then we have also Big Fire Studio and Miracle Academy. I would like to, break down more why I create this company. Like, for example, like Miracle Gates Entertainment, we are really focusing developing games, like for cross-platform, like mobile, PC, and a lot of another platform like smartwatch also. And then we have Big Fire Studio. We are focusing on external development company, providing 2D and 3D art and animation services. And then Miracle Academy, yeah, we know, we live in Indonesia. It's really hard to find the talent. It's really hard to find the people that can making games. So that's why we create Miracle Academy, because we want to develop the new talent. I came from SMK. I'm not graduate from any university. So yeah, so I built my own academy. We have a lot of partnership with university and SMK in Bali, starting in Bali. And in 2013, we have a dream that 2020 we want to become one of the biggest studio in Bali, and then yeah, we did it. And in 2025, we want to become one of the biggest studio, and right now we did it also. So here's a few awards and nominee that we got for since 2023. We got like national and multinational awards and nominee, and then we also been working with a lot of big company or great company that trust us. It's like Samsung, Line Decoding, and a lot of big company. And yeah, that's this is one of good news that since like 6 months ago that we built a lot of like mobile hyper casual games or casual games, and yeah, since 6 months ago we launched more than 30 games on mobile like Android and iOS. And this is also one of the biggest titles that we still working on. It's Battle Buried. We will publish these games on Nintendo Switch, and this is also one of the big title. Anyway, we are open booth at booth 6. So I think if you guys you can go to our booth so you can see and play and testing our game. So this is one of the biggest game that we are working on right now. So it's called Battle of Guardian. We put a lot of like Indonesian character, mythic character like Prabu Siliwangi. We have Angling Dharma. If you see it in the center of the character, so you can. And yeah, on the right, we call the character Itnix, but it's came from the Indonesian mythology character, Prabu Siliwangi, and then we have a lot of character come from Indonesia. And yeah, here's the games. You can check our booth or check on our website, battleofguardians.com. And this is also good news. So a few weeks ago, we got chosen by the one of the biggest export event in Indonesia, Piala Presiden, become one of the official Indonesian game. Official game came from Indonesia, so we have these competitions, and then we have also another mini competitions that you can find on our website also. So yeah, that's quick introduction about me and my experience and about my company. Let's go to the main topic. It's about like video game trends, technology type, and how to compete with the global situations. But before that, I would like to disclaimer first that this is all you see on the screens. I put all the data came from the internet, but I also share about my perspective and about my opinion about the game trends, technology type, and how to compete with the global situation based on my own experience. First, we will talking about like the growth of gaming industry. And then we will talking also about realizing the potential of gaming development and current trends, and then how fast can technology can help us to realize the idea, and what we need is just creativity. And then 4, role and understanding the opportunity for the young generation in game industry. And then 5, how to use your strength to sustain and compete in the game industry, because there are so many people they starting their career in game industry and then they really struggle how to survive, and then I would like to give some tips how you can survive and compete with the global situations. First, we are talking about the growth of gaming industry. Well, 2019, we know pandemic happened, COVID-19, all people, they stay at home, and then sometimes we are boring at home, and then we find a lot of like the entertainment things, for example, like games, movie, or even music. And because of COVID, actually, that we are the industry that got a lot of impact that increased our activity in the game. I mean, like a lot of people spending more on game since the pandemic. Like for example, in North America, we see like the time span, it's growth like 50%, 15%, and then we see, I mean, like the Asia Pacific like 42%. So it's really big opportunity, even like the pandemic happened or the COVID situations. Like for example, we can see also the minute spent watching the content on Twitch. I mean, like the Twitch is one of the biggest streaming platform for games, and the minute spent watching is increased like because of the COVID. That's one of the surprising growth for the game industry, but we can track back about the industry of game. I mean, like we starting like, the classic card, and then the game history has become like first gaming console Pong, and then first home gaming console Space Invader, and then the improvement of the industry is right now. We can see there's a lot of like blockchain games, Axie Infinity in 2018, and because of the pandemic happened, there's a lot of new business model in the game industry. where like blockchain game, where people can play game and get money, yeah, by playing games. So we're talking also about this. Well, in silence, game is generating more revenue than the other entertainment industry. I mean, like if we see in 2019, I'm not really sure if you guys can see it, movie and music. I told you that game higher than movie and music if it's combined for that industry. So we can see also the global box office, and you can find it on the internet. The game industry is really increasing. I mean, like the industry is increased very fast, and yeah, let's talk about like the global games market. So if we see the global games market, like in 2020, it's still predicted and it's still growth until right now. We're generating more than like $196 billion for the game industry, for the global market. But of course, it's separate between the platform. If we see on the screen, the data on the screen, like console games or PC games or like the mobile games, actually it's dominating the global games market. So for the global player, actually, of course, in 2020 and right now 2022, the player who playing game is like around like 3 million user. So that's for the global player. Where in Asia Pacific, where we are living in Asia Pacific, where it's also dominating the market for the global player, it's like 1.7 million user. So that's for the global players, and then this is for the global games market, where it's generating revenue like, yeah, $95 billion for Asia, only Asia Pacific where we live right now. So this is for the global game revenue forecast. So we can see like every year by year, the game revenue is increased very fast. And we can see also like the diversity among gamers, like a lot of, I mean like 1 in 3 people, they are gamers. I think that if we check our phones, you guys maybe install some mobile games or even like casual or hyper casual games. I think that you guys playing games. And then if we see diversity among gamers, we can see like men or male still dominating the percentage for this data. Well, the Indonesian game developer only takes like 0.4 market share. Why? I think that I would like break down this data on the end of our slide. So that's about the growth of gaming industry. Pandemic or COVID happened, but the market still grow very fast. And then, of course, right now blockchain games make this. Make the market are more growing very fast. So second is realizing the potential of gaming development and current trends. Where right now we are living in the best time now. So many options, but our competition in this industry is also with the global player. That's actually one of the biggest issue that we, as a local developer, face on. So if we are talking about realizing potential gaming development, of course, we would like to talking also about the platforms. If you are talking about the platform, there's mobile, cloud gaming, or game streaming, and then cross-platform. I think that's 3 important things right now if we want to jump into the game industry. Why mobile? Yeah, we see this data before that. I think that right now we have computer in our hands where mobile, the device are growing very fast. So right now you can play like AA games on mobile, and then that's how fast technology improving year by year. So if we can see like 2020 mobile landscapes at glance, actually that many people are spending, daily time spent per user like by playing mobile game, it's like 4.8 hours, and then there's a lot of amount of spending, and then there's a lot of new download app every year. So and it increased like 30% for the daily spend time by 2020. And if we see the top breakout game worldwide, we can see like if we are talking, for example, like about the game type, what is the future? I mean, like there's a lot of like if we on the mobile we can see if you guys like playing social media like Facebook or Instagram, you can see a lot of like a lot of ads that a lot of developer that promote their hyper casual game, and then we can see for the breakout download, it's dominating by the casual games, and then for the consumer spend, where the people spending money for games, it's going to the AA or AAA games, mobile games like Free Fire, Genshin Impact, where people are spending a lot of money on that games. And also for the active user, actually, because that breakout download, it's dominating by the hyper casual. Of course, the monthly active user also dominating by the casual or hyper casual games. So that's we can see. And if you are talking about like the Southeast Asia or Asia, where the mobile is dominating like for by PUBG, Mobile Legends, and Garena Free Fire. Then let's talk about the cloud gaming or game streaming. I think that the cloud gaming or game streaming will become one of the future of the game platform. Why? Because that we can see the data about the cloud gaming revenue increased like 46%. And then until right now, we can see a lot of, like cloud gaming platforms, also the content services like Google, they made like Stadia, and then also, I think that a few months ago, I read some article about that LG. They made their own platform called Black Knot, where it's where it's bypass where like in a few years ago, if we want to play like AAA game, we should buy like console like PlayStation's, Xbox, or another console platform. But right now, what you need is only like you have TV with the internet connection. But of course, we still have the problem where the internet connection doesn't really massive in around the world with high speed with the high speed internet connection. So we can see also like the global cloud gaming market cap, where in 2020 we see like $630 million, and then 2020 it increased like triple maybe. We can see that why I can say that the cloud gaming also become one of the future of gaming, because that we know the technology about like 5G, and then what I think like in the future, what we need is only like you only have browser, and then you can access all of the 3D games, AAA games on your device, and you also can play it on your mobile phone too. So that's about the cloud gaming. And then right now we want talking about like the cross platforms. So there's company called Epic Games where they built engine, Unreal Engine, and they made game called Fortnite. They said their opinion is about why cross-platform matters. Cross-player play Fortnite like 570%. Why this is very important? Because right now, if you want to making games, it's really important that you need to build the games for cross-platform, like for Android or PC. Like right now, we can see a lot of big title like Genshin Impact or Fall Guy, Fortnite. You can play it anywhere, like on console or mobile phone or even its PC. So I think that's why cross-platform is very important in the future, because that it's generating more revenue, generating more user. So if you guys want to build or creating games, you need to think about like the cross-platform. Right now, there's a lot of people who are talking about the metaverse. What exactly the metaverse is? I think that we see in 2020, it's separate like, okay, multiplayer games, virtual reality, AR cloud, digital avatar. Right now in 2021, all people say that things is metaverse. They call everything's metaverse. Internet, they call it metaverse. Video call, even like porn, they also call it metaverse. But what metaverse is? So metaverse is not just about NFT or blockchain, tokenomic things in the games, but it's virtual social environment where people can create and engage in shared experience. That's the metaverse in my opinion. If you are talking about the metaverse ecosystem, anyway, we are also creating the metaverse games that you can visit on the booth 6. Right now, we've been working with more than 11 title games. I mean, like blockchain games, metaverse things. So you can check also on our booth. And then this is about the metaverse ecosystem. There's a lot of ecosystem that's supporting the metaverse, like the platform or games or NFT marketplace, and yeah, you can see it on the internet. So that's about the metaverse. Right now, we are talking about the different things about like play to earn or blockchain games. Well, this is really surprise because that in 2020, in the game industry, we have like 500 deals with $32 billion, and then because we know like 2020, all we know about the Axie Infinity, where people can play in game and can earn money from playing game. And because of that, it's really open opportunity for the game developer also who can create the blockchain game. There's a lot of investment that going to this era. So in 2020, in 2021, we have more than like 95 billion investment put in the game industry with 1,000 deals. And then in quarter 1, 2020, the game industry going more big because that we got a lot like 98 billion deals dollar with 300 deals. And then this is the data. Actually, that one of our game also there. So you can check out Battle of Guardian. So that's one of our game. We got a lot of investment also. At that time, we got like $5 million by creating blockchain games. So that's about the blockchain and how blockchain can open the big opportunity for our local developer. And if you are talking about NFT, actually there's a lot of NFT use case. NFT can use like for not just about art, but it also can use for food, license, balance, or ticketing. And that's about the NFT. And if you are talking about blockchain, there's a lot of not just about the NFT, but we can see like the healthcare and then blockchain use case also. It can implementing on the exchange, finance, trading, e-commerce, or law, legal, even hotel booking. It's also can we can create something with the blockchain technology. And why this is also really big and growing very fast, because there's a lot of big company. They put a lot of money and investing on a few projects and helping developer to create their own project. Like Kronos launched like 100 million fund, and then yeah, there's a lot of another chain that support the local community. Right now, we are talking about esport. Esport actually, esport viewership have taken over like traditional sport. If we see like the NBA, and then right now the League of Legends have a lot of viewers on the internet. If we see on YouTube, Twitch, or another platform streaming, that's how big the esport scene. And if you are talking about the esport revenue stream also, we can see that there's a lot of part like sponsorship you can get from media right, merchandise, publisher fee, and digital or streaming. So the next is about like the online multiplayer or social-based game with fully customizations, character, or world creations. Actually, like the future things for the game developer, we need like to think about the online multiplayer or social-based games, or we need to have the feature that for fully customizations, character, or world creations. For example, we see a few new title games called like Stumble Guy, Animal Crossing, and Fortnite, where they have that feature in the games, and then they can winning the market. So we can see like how actually like behavior for our user in the future, and then how we can understand that to make our own games based on the market situation. 3, it's about how fast can technology help us to realize the idea, and what we need is just creativity. So if we see on the first slide, I mean like right now, if you want to make a game, it's really, I mean like not too hard right now, because that you don't need to learn it from basic, you don't need to learn about like the very fundamental low programming language. You can right now you can use like Unity, you can use Unreal, and a lot of game engine that can help you to make game more easier than before. So we can see about the development tools, like a lot of 3D software, a lot of game engine, so you can more effective focusing on your idea and doesn't have spending time for something that you don't need to do. So we also have, like right now we have Unity Asset Store, we have Marketplace, Envato, Codester, Chupa Mobile, and a lot of marketplace that can help you to make your own game very fast because there's a lot of framework or template, so you can really focusing on your own idea and on your own creativity. So you can just improving the games, make the new mechanic. For example, like, okay, if you want to making like, for example, like the RPG game, you can buy the template or you can buy the framework, so you can improve the template, improve the framework to make your own game more faster. Because if you want to make a game from scratch, it's really take time. It's really take time, take a lot of research, take a lot of money, because making game is not easy. You need teamwork, you need a lot of people to making games. And if you are talking also about the how fast can technology to realize the idea and what you need is just creativity, we are also would like to talking about the distribution platform. Right now, if you have a game, your own game, it's really easy to distribute your game to the platform. For example, like PC, we have Steam, we have Epic Games, Oculus, and itch.io or another platform. Or if you develop your game for mobile, we have Google Play, App Store, and then, yeah, there's a lot of distribution platform that you can register. Even it's free, like for example, Samsung App Store, you can publish the game for free. For the Google Play, you only like need $25, and then for the iOS, you need like $100 to publish on that platform. So that's the third point. And then four, it's I would like to talking about like the role and understanding the opportunity for the young generation in game industry, where game industry is the most complex in the entertainment industry. For example, like if you like playing game, of course you can become game tester, or if you like drawing or art, you can become like 2D, 3D artist, or if you can coding, of course you can become game programmer. There's a lot of big opportunity if we have some experience in one major things. Five, how to use your strength to sustain and compete in the game industry. Making game is not easy. It needs teamwork. You don't need to make one game and succeed if that is not possible for you to do, to survive in game industry. But you can set your focus on one major that you master if it's only you. I mean like, okay, you can coding, then you can become game programmer. Then what and how to survive? Basically that, yeah, you can sell your own source code on the asset store. You can sell it on also on the Unreal Engine if you are really good at coding or creating your own tools. There's a lot of opportunity in game industry. Then, okay, I cannot coding. I can only like traditional art. Okay, you can create like ogoh or statue. You can learn about creating 3D in the 3D software, or you can create the 2D, I mean like the digital art using Photoshop or another tool. So, and also you can selling your asset like environment, character on the asset store and Unreal Marketplace too. So that's actually the easy way if you want to survive. And first, you need to have capital, then you can do the innovations in the games and a lot of things. So, okay, I cannot coding, I cannot creating art, but you can play music. Is it possible to make, join in the game industry? Of course. If you can play music, you can become game composer. Then where can I sell or where can I get money if I become game composer? Again, you can sell it on the Unity Asset Store. You can sell, even like if you like beatbox, for example, like you can sell it also on the marketplace. So actually, there's a lot of opportunity in this era right now. Like in Unreal Engine marketplace, we can see like platform music pack, happy tunes or dance music. You can sell it on that marketplace. So how to survive, or if you are talking about, I mean like, how to use your strength to sustain and compete in the game industry. If I talking about that making game is not easy, I have the reason why. Because that mostly developers are fail because they too idealism. This is very important because I starting as indie developer also too. I fail a lot on making games, but because I fail, I know how to make good and better game. I know how to monetize it. I know how to improving the game mechanic. I know how to improve and make the game more fun. So mostly new developers are fail because they too idealism. Okay, I want to make this very perfect, but the market situation is changed. So that's really important. But if you, I mean like, why I show about like selling asset on the marketplace? Because if you are a new developer, you need to make sure that you have capital that can support so you can consistent in the game industry. Is it okay if you have privilege come from your parents or you got funding for developing your own games? But for the new or indie developer, what you should do is like, okay, knowing your strength, and then you can, for example, you can play music, you can become game composer and selling your asset on the asset store, then you can generate revenue from that. If you are an indie developer, think of your first game as a learning exercise, not your masterwork. This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of new developer, they fail because they too idealism. They think that, okay, this is my masterwork, this is really good game, and then if they put it on the market, yeah, I got only like 100 or 1,000 download. That's what happened to me also. Like, I built game with idealism where I built or making game like 1 year, but I only like get $5 revenue a year. That's really sad, right? So I improving my skill, I improving my knowledge about making game, and then I know that my first game will be bad, but it's okay. It's part of my learning curve. I will keep improving my skill. I will keep improving my understanding about market, and then, yeah, we can make a lot of game right now. And we should have the mindset that done is better than perfect. Also, this is one of the important things. We want to focus on product-oriented or market-oriented. There's a lot of new developer or people making game, they don't understand about this. It's really important because that if you are talking about making games, if you are still student, yeah, maybe you can really idealist because you have investor, like your parent is your investor, so you don't, if you fail, you don't need to think a lot. But if you really jump and do the bootstrap like us right now, until right now, our company is still bootstrap, and then we really need focus on these two things. If we're creating the product, we're focusing on product-oriented or market-oriented. Why these two things, it's different? If you are focusing on product-oriented, you really put your idealist on one product. You need to make the product perfect, but it's really big risk if you are indie developer or you are still one person who making games. But it's really good if you are new in game industry, you are starting with focusing on market-oriented. Why market-oriented is very important? Because the market-oriented, it's, we have the market. I mean like the market need the product, but we can develop it and supply it to the market. The market, it's already exists. But if you are focusing on the product-oriented, sometimes the market, you need to create the market. So that's why, I mean like the product-oriented, it's really big risk if you are starting your career or you are developing your own game. Focusing on the market-oriented. So, and then the last is about like knowing our capability is the key. Knowing capital, research, market research to develop the product or services. Why? Because, yeah, this is the reason. We want to focusing on the product-oriented or market-oriented. So that's it. That's it for from me. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Please give a round of applause. Thank you for Nandito Nehemia as a founder and CEO Miracle Group Indonesia. Is there any question for the attendees who already listened that Nando already sharing about video game trends, technology type, and how to compete with the global situation. Anyone? Is there any question for Nando? Okay. I think there will be a question, but before of that, I have two questions for Nando because this topic is very related for the generation today. What and when is the hardest time for the game developer? And the second question, the hardest time, I mean when you fail or when the market is not fit with your game, something like that. And the second question is it wrong being idealist, or is it possible that idealists become our signature?
Well, idealist, it's important, but for example like this, I really believe, I mean like, if you have idealist, it's very important. Why? Because it's like ambition, right? If you have ambition, it's like fire to make something. It's really important. But you need also like to open your eyes. Sometimes there's a lot of people who really idealism, but they close their eyes. They doesn't really care about the reality. Like the market change, they don't know about it, and they keep idealism to make the product, and then after they think that the product is perfect, they launch it, it's failed. That's one of the biggest risks if we idealism, but we don't open our eyes. I mean like, it's not okay if you have idealisms, because all of us, like me with my team, we are artists, and then our background is on like a traditional art. We really love traditional art, and then we jump into the digital art. And idealist is very important, but we need to open our eyes, because that, yeah, the market change, we should understand about that. Sorry, for the first questions?
What and when the hardest time for a new developer?
Of course, making your own game. It's the first time, if you making your own game for the first time, it's the hard time, I think, because that if you starting your own game, you are two idealisms, and you don't know that the game is good at the market. Sometimes, okay, you put a lot of efforts, and then after that, okay, I need to finish this game, and if the game doesn't finish, that's really struggle to.
Okay, so the momentum is the hardest point, yeah? First step to doing the first game.
To finish your game,
yes.
yeah. To finish your first game.
Okay, once again, there's any question for the attendees to Nando? If not, thank you so much for the sharing, and I'm very happy to having you here. If I can recap for this sharing, is a lot of competitor, but with the creativity, commitment, and always update in any platform is one of the key, yeah, to be stable in this industry. Yeah, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause once again to Orlando Nandito Nehemia. And now we talk about creativity. And inclusively creative is very relevant amid digital disruption accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And through technology, we've seen how creative actors can navigate during these challenging times. Balance between technology innovation and human creativity will maximize economic impact and also the benefit of our people and planet, especially now when the barrier between virtual and real world are barely distinguished by the digitalization. Therefore, I'd like to invite Danila Solovyov from Bali Twin to share about exploring the possibility of virtual economy. Is there Danila Solovyov over here? Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, to wait until the next session, I'd like to inform that to keep implementing COVID-19 preventive health protocol during this event, and I do apologize, also ask permission and understanding to take off my mask during this event. And the third WCCE 2022 is designed as one of the G20 Indonesia official with the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Yes? Okay. Okay. while we waiting for Danila, I'd like to inform that in today's session we have a slogan from WCCE. I'd like to share, and please follow if I do our slogan. When I say hi creatives, kindly replay with recover together, recover stronger. Okay, let's try the first one. Hi creatives, recover together, recover stronger. One time. Hi creatives. Okay, I don't hear any spirit ya, but let's try the third time. Hi creatives. Together, recover stronger. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause. And once again, previously we already have a IP talk session, and we have Mr. Orlando Nandito Nahimia also talk about video game trend, and we still gonna talk about creativity in today's theme is exploring the possibility of virtual economy. And we still wait for Danila Solovio from Bali Twins. And we're gonna come back. Oh, it's already here. Okay, give a round of applause for Danila Solovio from Bali Twin. Will share exploring the possibility of virtual economy. So time is yours.
Alex. Here. Hello, everybody. My name is Daniel Slavov. I'm CEO of Bali Twin. Bali Twin was founded 14th of April this year, but I'm building digital twins for 6 years. I'm working in this field all my life. I have 2 educations. My first one is programming, and second one is urban planning. 15 years ago, I taught architects using architectural programs to speed up their work. I worked like architects for 10 years. I had my architectural company in Russia for 8 years, in Dubai for a year, and I'm feeling that I'm doing the same thing all my life and preparing for this special moment. Long time ago, I couldn't deliver my vision to my clients because not everybody thinking in 3D. And Bali Twin and Digital Twins is a tool to deliver dreams and ideas of people around the world. This is Digital Twins. It's nothing with Meta or Decentraland or cryptocurrency. This is digital twins around the world, which appears not more than 2 years ago. 2 years ago, there was no digital twins. The main difference in metaverses and digital twins, that digital twins are the copy of real world, and they can be used different ways. Meta is infinity, like internet. It's infinity, but the real world is not. To build digital twin, you need permissions. You need to work with the people. You need to sign contracts with owners. If it's imaginary words, you're just using your imagination. But with digital twins, you must work with all people who have this intellectual property. It's a huge administration work. Long time ago, I tried to explain what we're building. We're building digital twins for 6 years. And it was very difficult. Sometimes it took 8 hours, and it was very hard. How it will be used, what it's for, why it's so necessary. It was very hard. But right now, it's very easy, because right now I can just tell one word, meta, and everybody will understand what we're building. It's very good news. Early this year, Zuckerberg told that they build in Meta, that they invest in huge monies, and it's become very easy for us to explain what we're doing. But actually, there's almost nothing with metaverses. It's a very different project. Here is all digital twins, which appears 2 years ago. For example, Shanghai. Virtual Shanghai is made by company 51 World, and there is a 500 people working. They was invested 2 years ago for $60 million, and it's nothing about cryptocurrency. It's administration project. Toronto, which is here, is also made by us. It's our first digital twin. We've made 73 skyscrapers from scratch to make this technology, to build twins fast. And now we're making Bali, our second twin, very fast. Our company is only 5 months, but we've made so much. We've made already a procedural generation of all the island, and all that become possible only because we're prepared for that. This is the budget. It's most of all government projects because of regulation, because of permissions. Most of these projects are invested by government. They used for infrastructure, for engineering projects, for real sector of market. New digital era is coming. From many directions. Web3, cryptocurrency is very young and very small, but Web3 is coming to our life because it's necessary. People need to own their data. This new digital era is changing everything in our life. Actually, it's a good changing, but we need to understand how it's working. It's coming very fast because technologies are growing very fast last years, and most of the people cannot learn information so fast. But this area is beautiful. It's amazing. There is so many possibilities. Bali Twin was born here on Bali. I have a company here already 4 years, but I made Digital Toronto right from here. I never was in Toronto, but I know all traffic lights. I know all details, bus stops, everything. I modeled it from the open source data. I worked with the University of Toronto to take this data, and I know exactly how Toronto is. I know what's the apartments there. I flew inside all skyscrapers in our digital twin, but I never was there, and I want the same for Bali. For people all over the world, know the Bali, see the Bali, understand Bali, and after, come to Bali. Bali Twin is ecosystem. It's not metaverse. It's solving problems of real world. During pandemic, Bali had the problems because it was not adapted for such situations. People doesn't have food to eat because they worked with tourists that didn't come during pandemic. Bali Twin can solve that. We making digital locations which are available all over the world, from any part of the world. It's giving passive income for local people. It's It's giving possibilities with a small cost, travel, investigate, learn, and doesn't matter what's happened. Border can be closed. Indonesia will be ready for next pandemic, war, anything, because everything will be digitalized. This is some of the services which we're launching. It's only start. There will be much, much more. But that's what we can predict right now. There will be 100 services that we cannot even know, but all this ecosystem is based on one kind of data. We're scanning real lands exactly how they are in real life, relicts, culture, and we can use it multiple ways. For movies, for cartoons, for games, this content is amazing. The movie production, for example, can cost 100 times less because all content is already produced and artists just need to generate ideas. We're launching these products one by one, and they are they can work separately without each other. First is NFT marketplace. It's already launched. It's working. Please buy our first NFT. It's very cheap, but in future, it will cost a lot because it's the first one. Our second product is Land Launchpad. We are scanning lands using our own team to launch different developments, to test the concept. We're thinking that future of Bali is digital hubs, to invite digital nomads. But it's just a concept. To test this concept in real world, it's cost a lot of money. But in virtual one, we can test millions of concepts very cheap. Next one will be cadastral portal. Cadastral portal is already exist in most modern countries in the world for a long time. It's when you can take information over land, over any property, cheap, from any device, and make decision. For example, in cadastral portal in USA, you can find who's the landowner, what's his contact, and you can connect him directly without real estate agent. It's open source information which will be opened for everybody based on previous service, Land Launchpad. We're launching development with Land Launchpad and collecting this information in cadastral portal. We want to give cadastral portal to the government because it's a tool to regulate, to have a database of everything that exists on Bali, and it's necessary in new digital era. Next will be education platform, because we cannot build this island by ourselves. We will build it with Bali's people. We will educate them how to work with this platform, how to make a content by themselves. Bali is 5,800 kilometers. Later we will make all Indonesia, but it's already, Bali is already huge territory. It can be done only by the people who's living here. We will give them job after that, and it will be adaptation for new era. We're working with a few universities. I'm a speaker, 10th of October, in the first one, Malaya University, and we will present how we will learn people and give them job. Next will be digital tourism. We already made few locations, like ancient temple, and already now people all over the world can see this temple, go inside, and see exactly how it is in real life. Later I will show video how it looks like, and even scratches are the same place where they are in real temple. We already launched our NFT marketplace. It's very special because we're scanning real world objects exactly how they are in real life. This NFT is not only a picture, it's like a digital passport. There is only one copy of it. Not this one, but the rare one. This is the simple one. It's actually, that's what you need to buy because it's cheap and first. And this is like a digital passport. Right now, passport is something on a paper. But in digital, you can put inside NFT all the information about that. Who's the owner? What's the year when it was made? And many history, many other things. Also, NFT giving automated payment for all participants. For example, person who made these masks automatically get passive income for each sale, resale. That's how we will give passive income for local people. Right now, we're producing those NFT by ourselves to build pipelines, templates, to deliver easy templates for Bali's people to produce it by themselves. Actually, I so like idea that Bali Twin will be made by Bali's people. It's a good place in new era. This is a rare mask. There will be only one copy of this mask. This collection we will launch soon. It's a 12 mask, which is maximum 160 years old. Soon you will see on our YouTube the interview of the master, who's artist, who's holding these masks, and other artist who's making masks. And he never saw this one, rare one, because he doesn't have source, but he's making masks. And he was so glad that we showed this mask for him, because he don't know where to take this information. This mask will be only one. It will be like a passport, which include all information about this mask. But also, very important, in future I will show you videos how the original look like. All the scratches are at the same place, and we can keep this mask for future generation. It was made from bones and leather. It will die soon. It's almost disappeared. But we can show it from here. We can show it people all over the world and keep it in the same condition forever. Our next product is Land Launchpad. We're using Web3 to keep all data about any real estate, lands, to make transparent for real estate deals. Just imagine that right now, to build your home, to buy land, or to build villa, you don't need to go to ask anybody. You can just open a source which you trust and see all the history about this land. Who's the owner? What's the real cost of this land? And you can navigate and see what's you really need in one application. Easy. Share it with your family. Go inside from any part of the world. And it will be available for everybody. Development in Indonesia, supporting 170 other industries, from concrete to interior design. Somebody developing architectural project, and after developer building, they buying concrete, they buying furniture. There is a lot of jobs in this development. Many things depends on development. We can soon offer the biggest collection of lands for all the people. You can filter, you can find what you really need inside one application without asking any documents, without feeling that you can be scammed or without with a full trust, because we're supported by the government and we're checking all information. With our NFT, we're collecting all the documents about the land. We're making 3D topographic survey. We're including all the data inside this land that nobody can get, even if he will come to this land. If you will go to this land physically, what you will see? Only trees, grass. But if you will go inside Bali Twin, you will collect who's the owner, what's the history, is there problems in bank, everything. Everything transparent on blockchain that cannot be broken, cannot be stealed, cannot be changed. It's in blockchain forever. I believe that it will bring a lot of big investment to Indonesia because big companies right now cannot enter. They need analysis to predict how much money they will get, what better to build. And right now there is no such information about Bali and actually about Indonesia too. We're collecting and scanning all these lands. We're collecting this information, structuring, and put it in one place. Like I told, we want to open this information to everybody. Virtual land is like a passport to this land. It's including all the data. Usually, developers collecting those data, making architectural projects, that's what they're doing. And the investor is a different person who's investing in development. And you can compare like that. Virtual lands, it's a developer. And the real land is investor. Virtual lands will be prepared with one group of users. They will invest small amount of money to make a scan, fly with drone, collect all the information, prepare the inside NFT contract. And the real landowner who willing to buy, to invest, he's looking at this in a virtual land, in our virtual island, choose what he really needs, see the transparent data, and invest easily, based on what he, what is better for him. There is no analysis of real estate market. In other countries, there is much more data. In Indonesia, almost no data at all, and that will bring Indonesia to next level. Actually, a lot of people want to invest in Indonesia. There is a lot of information that Indonesia have a biggest potential in the world for growth. Europe and USA, they are already on. They already have a big cost. The market is already huge, and Indonesia is during next 10 years will have so many invested, and people all over the world will come to Bali and will try to build by themselves what they used to in their countries. In Canada, in USA, just imagine that developers with big monies will come to Bali and will try to build the same. Skyscrapers, concrete walls, and Bali, that way, Bali can change constantly. Bali Twin is also preparing the rules how to build Bali looks like Bali. Keep the traditions, the family style, the way of life, freedom, all the Indonesian right now doesn't have such rules, people building by themselves. And our land launchpad is including these rules. Right now we're preparing them how to develop Bali best way to keep Bali the same. Because of it's based on game engine, we can include gaming mechanics inside that. These lands can be used for developing games. There is no game about Bali. I will tell about this later. But inside cadastral portal and land launchpad, we can use gaming mechanics in with economic way. For example, to predict financial model or user behavior data analytic. You can collect data and understand what need to be built best, choose different options for interiors, everything. All the experience that you have in games, we can include in real sector of economic, in development and in many other. And we already have MVP. We're working with a close cooperation with government. First that we did, we signed a contract with UN organization and more than 500 traditional villages supporting us. We respect a lot local people because I love Bali even more because of the way of life. I like that Bali's people respect their family. It's almost not exist anywhere in the world. And first that we did, we asked local villages, do you need Bali Twin? Do you want us to come? Next was already government meetings, and we found out that everybody have very need what we're building. Bali is huge, and is Indonesia even bigger. To build all that, we need to build education platform. It will be launched soon. We will educate people how to make NFTs, digital copies by themselves, making money. Each use of this NFT is a passive income not only for local artists, but also for people who's developed those NFTs. People not used for that because most of all people thinking that need to work all the time to make money. But in this way, you can focus on something special, make some NFTs and earn money all life, and even give it for children, for the children to earn money in future, using NFTs that made by his father or mother, and educating people two directions. First one is to produce NFT. The second one is to work with cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a very young industry, and there is a lot of scam. There is a lot of speculation projects. We're focused more on educating people how to use cryptocurrency safely. Not trading, but use it like a tool to communicate with the government, with our platform, to generate money, but not to trade. And we will give jobs based on that. Actually, it's a Web3 platform. That means it's decentralized. They will work not on us. They will work in Indonesia. They will earn money not without asking us. It's a full automated system, which is not ours. It's for all the country. Everybody knows about Egypt pyramids, Italian room, American cowboys, Maya. You know, I think the dresses, the culture, the gods, the years when it was based, but nobody knows about Bali. It's so strange because even movie Madagascar made $500 million in cinema. It cost $73 million to produce cartoon Madagascar. It was the island that nobody knows before that cartoon. But after that, everybody knows about Madagascar. Because cartoon was made. I want the same for Bali. Because Bali, I'm living on Bali for 4 years. And as much as I know about Bali, I think that's the best place in the world. From many standpoints. And the main for me is a family lifestyle. Right now we digitalized famous temple Pura Gide, and we're already making digital tourism all over the world for for some of our investors and main partners. We're looking for some special objects which have which means a lot for Bali, to make them, first of all, to show people something special. For example, Subak system was made on Bali, and only after it was made in other countries. And nobody knows that Subak system is originally from Bali. Bali is also have 40,000 of gods. For us, it's a Klondike. Many people think what's the lore of the game must be. But in here on Bali, we will present Bali culture like a game scenario, like a lore. And there is a 40,000 of gods which we need to present. There is a millions ideas to make a game based on Bali culture. Our NFT include difficult mechanics how you can play and make money. There is a budget for the different gaming mechanics, and you can play. For example, you can write a history or educate and take Bali token, earn Bali token, and convert it to real world money. You can create your own business, you can test concepts, you can open their barber shop, or you can be a part of the game development. There's many ideas. Everything that exists in real world can be integrated into virtual one, but even much, much more. Same, restaurants, barber shops, I think even sorry. This is when our projects will be started. Marketplace is already working, and we're testing concept. We're already delivering first NFTs. Land Launchpad will be launched very soon, and we already have first clients, which is starting with us. Right now, we're managing 500 hectares of lands, which is total market price is $3 billion. We're managing this land, we're digitalizing them, and soon we will present this land for all over the world. Next will be cadastral portal early next year, but it only launched. It will be launched with a few tested projects, and it never will be ended. It's unlimited development. That's why we didn't put the end. We want this product working separately and generating revenue. We're already working with the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Culture, and Ministry of Telecommunication. They're very excited in what we're doing. We're flying to Jakarta almost every week and having new connections and new meetings. And all that was impossible without my strong partner, Mr. Pak Purva. We met here on Bali early this year. During that, I made Digital Toronto, and my next step was regulation and signing contracts with Canadian people. It was a hard way, but my previous work was also hard, and I was ready. But we met with Mr. Purva, and he told that we're dreaming the same dreams, and we decided to build it together because we are looking for a best future for Indonesia. My partner Alec He's a CPO, has a very big experience in gaming, and he came with his own project and integrated all mechanics inside Bali Twin using his experience. Mr. Yudi is very knowledgeable director who have experience that nobody have to build a strong business here in Indonesia with his experience. Also, we're building advisory board. Right now, it's most of all from the government. It's very fast because there is a very big interest from the government. Our advisory board is only started. In future, there will be a lot of cryptocurrency persons. I think next month there will be tens of people already who's supporting, giving us advices. Our team is also a very powerful team of developers. We are inviting people all over the world. Right now, our team is 60 people. When I built Digital Toronto, it was 30 people. But right now it's 60, and half of them working with the only idea because they see a very big future. We're making a contest all over the world and inviting the best one who won. For example, our game level designer, his previous work was Call of Duty. He was a lead in Call of Duty, and he was in a contest to be inside this project because he's seeing a very big future for that. The same for everybody. Nobody from our team came just from nowhere. Everybody fighted to be inside our team. That means a lot. And I'm trying to keep that, even, and not to grow the team, but keep it good quality, small one, to deliver new possibilities very fast. Please be in touch, see our media, and message WCCE, and I will present some of the people who will present rare NFT on their wallet. That's it. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause. Thank you so much, Danila Salavia from Bali Twin. Is there any question for the sharing session about NFT and metaverse? If we're talking about virtual economy, is very related to NFT and metaverse, right? And I heard Bali Twin is already work with one of Indonesian politician, Bambang Susatyo, yeah, from Blackstone and Black Lava in Kintamani, right? And if I heard, and I'm very interested in Land Launchpad that already work since October 2022. What is the challenge for Bali Twin to make the Land Launchpad?
Our main thing that I want to show is that we're already working product with the best graphic in the world. And I asked to launch videos which is showing our product. Oh, thank you. This is a digital temple. There will be a lot of videos just representing some of what we've done for the last 4 months, only 4 months. This is a digital virtual reality which we're making. Land Launchpad, actually it's a core of what we're doing. Because before that, 4 years, I made actually Land Launchpad for different countries. And it was the easy way because I had interface, I have experience. I'm originally architect and programmer. I build converters, which is converting from architectural projects very easy to the game engine, like topographic survey. Topographic survey, which is showing lands from their engineering standpoint. And we can present this kind of data, metadata, different way in interface, like square meters, the type of ground, and many, many more. The main goal right now is main difficulty is to finish Land Launchpad that way that he can calculate market price evaluation based on real world data, For example, if there is a water in this square meter, if there is a water, the price is up based on this data. If there is a green zone, price a little bit lower because you cannot develop there. It's a charity, and the price must be lower because if you're buying in green zone, you just helping nature. And this kind of information will be included in each square meter. This is the most difficult part. We already made a deep analysis of all Bali. We made analysis the demographic situation, seismic, water resources, and many more. And to collect this data, we need a lot of people. We need a lot of engineers which will work and put this data inside each square meter. That's the main difficult thing, which will work, I think, only next year. But it will give people full understanding what they're buying, full understanding, without any advertisement. They will buy what they know.
And after black stone and black lava in Kintamani, which part of Bali that you want to build as a virtual video and go to metaverse like before? Which part of Bali? The next project of Bali Twin.
Next project.
Yes.
Black lava is a very interesting product. Also because of who's helping us to develop that. It will be our next product. Soon we will launch this NFT. And it's something that will bring success together because many names beside this product, and we will promote it all over the world together. We will try to do a biggest NFT sale in the world to attach interest. There is no speculation about that. Though this product is very expensive because he's based on real world and because of names behind it. Next product will be our black lava camp. After that, we're building some lands, 335 hectares in Dreamland, which is very good project that we will build their new community. It's almost empty, and also it has. It's the only place on Bali where is good roads. This is the only place, and we will develop it fully. First of all, in digitally. And when we will understand what can build there, we will choose best product. But people, not we, but people will choose with their money what's the best future for Bali, and it will be built in real life. But I'm very excited to build Black Lava Camp next.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Danila from Bali Twin, and I hope that what is the project from Bali Twin that you already presented, like it's from 2023 also, will progress well and have the maximum impact for Bali people, right? Yes, thank you. Once again, give a big applause. Thank you so much for coming. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining today's session. And also thank you for distinguished guests, participants offline and online, and all the speakers. Tomorrow at 7 October, we will have another session in this room, nurturing the power of youth to the global market and celebrating coffee as a part of promising sector. So, I'm Adriana Mira. Thank you so much and see you tomorrow. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga
Gua Abi, yuk kita keliling Jakarta sambil cari jeans yang keren. Tahu nggak, asal mula jeans itu bahannya tebal banget dan dipakai para penambang. Nah, di sini mereka membuat jeans itu seperti style aslinya. Jeans dipadu dengan batik, kenapa enggak? Jakarta juga punya pengrajin batik dengan ciri khas warna indigo. Unik dan keren-keren ya. Kebetulan gue juga suka ngopi. Jadi pengen nyari mug yang keren buat nemenin ngopi. Gila, keren-keren banget keramiknya. Nemenin ngopi gue butuh bangku yang nyaman. Kreasi perpaduan gaya tradisional dengan desain kontemporer bisa menjadi karya yang modern dan stylish banget. Dan kekayaan alam bila diolah dengan baik dan kreatif bisa menjadi karya yang bagus dengan tetap menjaga keseimbangan sumber alamnya. Asli, gue bangga buatan Indonesia. Gak kalah bro.
Hai, gue Fani. Abis wisudaan gini enaknya jalan-jalan kali ya. Sambil kita lihat-lihat karya anak muda sekarang. Memadukan unsur asli budaya batik kita dengan budaya luar bisa menjadi suatu hal yang unik banget. Kreativitas mereka telah membawa karya rancangan batik ini ke mancanegara. Sebagai negara penganut agama Islam terbesar di dunia, para fashion designer kita mulai ramai merancang kostum hijab. Bicara soal fashion tanpa aksesoris, kayaknya kurang lengkap ya. Dengan bahan porselen, karya desain aksesoris di sini telah banyak diminati di luar negeri. Nah, yang ini yang paling unik, jam tangan tapi dari semen. Kreativitas anak muda kita memang hebat ya. Buat yang hobi dekor, di sini banyak desain unik loh. Yang ini idenya tentang tata surya gitu. Unik kan? Bangga buatan Indonesia. Yuk cus!
Aku Ocha, aku blogger. Ikutin perjalanan aku ya. Kreativitas dengan mengolah bahan-bahan alam bisa menjadi karya busana yang unik dan juga elegan. Desain batik kita juga mengalami perkembangan pesat dan kian digemari anak muda. Kini batik sudah menjadi bagian dari lifestyle mereka. Sedangkan untuk desain aksesoris, ternyata kreativitas dalam mengolah budaya